Texarkana, Canada, El Paso, and Oklahoma, down to old Mexico, and there's Houston, Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio. People in Texas sure do make you feel at home. They just want everybody to leave them alone while they drink their whiskey and roll their own, and they like their music with a little bit of southern sound. Kick up the heels every evening when the sun goes down. And you can call them country and they don't care, and if you don't like the way they wear their hair, you can take your likes and shove them on up the line. People in Texas don't care if the sun don't shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2 of the 2022 Texas State Convention. Please welcome Reverend Raphael Cruz, the father of Senator Ted Cruz.
Good morning. So great to be here with you today. Let us begin this morning with prayer. Let us pray. Our Father, we thank you, Lord God. We bless you. We exalt your holy name, Father. We thank you, Lord God, for the privilege of being Americans and the double privilege of being Texans and living within the greatest state in the greatest country on the face of the earth. Father, I pray, Lord God, that as we go through these days, Father, we will remember, Lord God, what America was like before the nightmare we're living today. And we pray, Lord God, that we will come out of this convention energized to retake America again and to make sure that Texas remains bright red and America remains that shining city on a hill to the glory of God. Use each and every one of us, Father, to awaken Texans and awaken America for your glory in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Welcome Julie Stonebarger for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That I'm proud to be an American.
At this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Texas State Senator Brian Birdwell.
Who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Please join me in saying the pledge to the flag of the greatest nation on God's green earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hooah!
Please remain standing and join Texas Representative Ryan Guillen in the Texas Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in pledging to the flag of the greatest state in the Union. I pledge allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Hello, I'm Railroad Commissioner Jim Wright. 2 years ago, I spoke to you via video message as a first-time political candidate. Today, because of you, I'm speaking to you as a statewide elected official and the 51st Railroad Commissioner for this great state of Texas. For that, I thank you, and I regret that I'm unable to be with you in person. Much has changed in these past 2 years, but of course you don't need me to remind you of that. You're reminded every time you pass a gas station, every time you buy groceries, and every time you turn on the news. And you hear things such as supply chain shortage, labor shortage, or Green New Deal. Those are pocketbook reminders. They're important because they remind us about the importance of leadership and how the lack of bold, decisive leaders at the national level can impact the financial and economic well-being for every Texan, from Amarillo to Orange Grove, my hometown in South Texas. Indeed, much has changed. But I have faith in the Republican Party, faith in our state leadership, and most importantly, I have faith in you. Faith in you to advocate on behalf of our GOP candidates who understand that the world doesn't run on unicorn and lollipops and Green New Deals. Candidates who understand that economic success here in Texas is a result of sensible, business-friendly, good public policy. Candidates who are willing to fight the left's radical economic agenda and who will dedicate their energy to ensuring Texas continues to serve as a shining light of freedom for our nation and throughout the globe. Our hearts are pure, our eyes are clear. By uniting together, we can put a check on the Biden administration in D.C. and maintain those conservative, pro-growth economic policies and improve the lives of every citizen in our great state. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless this great state of Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Texas Supreme Court Justice Rebecca Huddle.
Got a picture of her mama in heels and pearls. She's gonna make it in her daddy's world, an American girl.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Huddle. It's been my honor to serve you and all of Texas as a justice on the Supreme Court of Texas for the past year and a half. Governor Abbott appointed me to serve as a justice in 2020. Before that, I spent over 20 years in Houston practicing law and working as a justice serving Texans on Houston's first Court of Appeals, where I decided thousands and thousands of appeals and wrote hundreds and hundreds of judicial opinions deciding civil and criminal cases. Those are some of the qualifications you would read if I were to hand you a copy of my resume. That's not what I want to do. I want to tell you something about the Rebecca Huddle you don't get to see by reading a piece of paper. One of the things I'm proud to say is that I'm the first native of El Paso ever to serve as a justice on the Supreme Court. I'm proud to be from El Paso. That is where I grew up. That is where my mom, a single mother who raised 5 children after our father passed away by herself, that is where she shaped our values. That is where she turned us into the people we are today. So I want to share with you 3 of the most important lessons my mom showed us in our lives. Number 1, strong work ethic. Mom taught us every bit of work you do it as best as it can possibly be done. You do every bit of work you do with personal integrity. Number 2, you love this country. Mom herself was an immigrant from Mexico. She came here legally, and she was never more proud than on the day she earned her U.S. citizenship. Until her dying days a few years ago, she taught us we were never to forget, we were always to remember how lucky we are to have been born on American soil in the land of freedom and opportunity. And third, she taught us to have servants' hearts. She taught us the moment you are able, the moment an opportunity presents itself, you find a way to serve others, to serve your community, to improve the state you live in. Those are the values my mom taught me. Those are the values my husband Greg and I have taught our daughters. Those are the values I bring with me to the Supreme Court every day when I go to work. I'm on the ballot this November. I would be honored to earn your vote and earn your support. I'd be more honored if each of you is a leader in your communities. I'd be so honored if you went back home, told your family, your friends, your neighbors that I've earned your support. If you want to learn more about me, please visit RebeccaHuddle.com. If you want an easy way to remember who Rebecca Huddle is, what I stand for, remember this. Come this November, we will huddle up and win this election. Thank you, and God bless you.
If you're gonna play in Texas,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Texas Supreme Court Justice Evan Young.
Louisiana man, so rosin up that bowl for faded love, and let's all dance. If you're gonna play in
Good morning. I have been so looking forward to being with you here today. My name is Evan Young. I'm one of your justices on the Texas Supreme Court, and it is my great honor to be the Republican Party's nominee to stay on the Supreme Court with your help. And you all are here as the people of Texas, representing the people of Texas. And I want to talk to you for a few minutes about why the people should care about who your Supreme Court justices are and how your Supreme Court does its job. Now, I come as a former law clerk to Justice Antonin Scalia.
And Justice Scalia was a great American. He was a great judge, and it is an honor for this state that he lived his final day on this earth in Texas before he was called home to be with the Lord. But I learned from him how to be a judge who understands the difference between making the law what we want and telling the people what the law actually is. I saw Justice Scalia do that every single day that I worked with him, sometimes literally sweating and sometimes reaching results that he hated, but it's because he knew that his job was not to rule the people of this country, and it's not my job to rule the people of this state. Now, the people of Texas created a judiciary, and sometimes people forget that the judiciary is just another part of the government. And the people created the judiciary just like they created the other parts of the government, and the judiciary derives all the power that it has from one source only, and that is from the people. And why the people should care about their judiciary, why they should care about their Supreme Court, is that the kind of judiciary that you have will determine the kind of state that you live in as well. Because the judiciary can do one of two things. Either we can do our jobs faithfully and honestly to facilitate self-government by saying what the law is, and that if you don't like it, you can change it. That's what the other two branches of government are for. Or, and we've seen this happen across American history, judges can undermine self-government by taking to themselves the raw power to make the law into what they want it to be. And Justice Scalia used to say that a judge who always happens to discover that the law is just what he wants it to be is probably not a very good judge. I'm here to promise you that as long as you allow me to serve on your state Supreme Court, I will do my best to ensure that if anyone attempts to use power of the government to take the liberty from any citizen of Texas, that the judiciary will be there to say, show me where in the Constitution of Texas that authority comes from, and show me a valid statute that allows you to do that. And I'm here to promise that as long as I'm a justice on the Supreme Court, I will work every single day to facilitate the rule of the people of Texas by the people of Texas, to allow the judiciary to serve the people by doing the important but limited job that you, the people of Texas, created the judiciary to do in the first place. So thank you so much. My name is Evan Young. I would welcome your support. I wish you would visit my website, justiceevanyoung.com. I would appreciate it if you would go back to your homes and talk to the rest of the people of Texas and share our message of the rule of law and the proper role of the judiciary, so that the people of Texas remain the greatest self-governing people in the history of planet Earth. Thank you so much.
At this time, please welcome your president of the Texas Federation of Women Republican, Kit Whitehill.
Good morning. How are y'all today? Who is ready for a win in November? The Texas Federation of Republican Women are definitely ready for a win, and with 10,000 women strong in 162 clubs across our great state, we are leading the way for that win. For those who are not familiar with our organization, we have three main objectives. The first is electing Republican candidates. The second is educating the public through political and legislative education. The third is to promote the policies of the Republican Party. And the next is increasing the effectiveness of women for the cause of good government. While we are a women's organization, We welcome men as associate members, and we value their input and support. For those who are not members, we encourage you to join us, especially during these unprecedented times. TFRW provides the resources to help you be successful in unlimited ways, to make a difference, and to grow your own talents. If you care about your community, if you care about our candidates, if you are considering running for yourself, then, or if you want to network with some truly amazing women all across the state, then we invite you to join TFRW. We are for you. We do invite you to stop by our booth in the exhibit hall or to check out our website, tfrw.org, to learn more about us. And guess what? If there's not a TFRW club in your area, we can help you start one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of a battle between good and evil for our country and our state, and we must lead. Well in this battle and recruit others to fight with us for our conservative values and for the great principles of our Constitution. Texas is the beacon of hope and freedom for America, and we must guarantee that it remains that hope. The nation is counting on us as the last line of defense. There's no time for anything else besides uniting and achieving Republican victories up and down the ballot this fall. Join TFRW and become part of an organization that is not only working hard for today, but also for a better future. The expression, as Texas goes, so goes the nation, is not just an expression. America is counting on Texas Republicans, and we must deliver. Each of you here today are leaders, or you would not have taken the time to be here this week. So as leaders, I ask you to help in 3 ways. 1, now that our primaries are over and our candidates have been selected, we must demand unity all across our state, from the north to the south, to the east to the west. Thank you. The consequences of losing in November are unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, if we aren't the party in power, then we will not accomplish anything, and we could lose everything. So second, to those who ran for office but were unsuccessful, we thank you for your desire to make a difference and applaud you for your efforts. We look forward to you all helping us again in November and bringing your experience and your enthusiasm to those November races. 3, we have an incredible opportunity to attract new voters to the Republican Party, whether they be independents or those who are fleeing the Democrat Party. I challenge you to not lose sight of this moment. We must welcome these voters and remind them that Texas is so worth fighting for. And we have to get them to the polls in November for a resounding victory in November. I don't have to tell you, I think you all know that Texas is the greatest place in the country to live, to work, and to raise a family. And the Texas Federation of Republican Women is proud to lead the way in the fight for our great state. And I ask you to join us as we show the Democrats what strong Texas look like, and as we fight to defend our freedoms. Thank you, and God bless Texas. Thank you.
Texas Republican Mayra Flores was able to flip a House seat in a special election. She'll be the first Mexican-born congresswoman, specifically along the border of the Rio Grande Valley, South Texas, where voters have moved 10, 20, 30, 40 points away from the Democrats and toward the Republicans. This result definitely underscores the Hispanic vote could be up for grabs this fall in ways we haven't seen it.
Cause this is how I feel. I won't back up, I don't back down.
And now, the Republican nominee for the United States Congress, 28th District of Texas. Please welcome Cassie Garcia.
Good morning, Houston. Let me be clear, the red wave is here. My name is Cassie Garcia, and I'm honored to be with all of you today. I'm running for Congress for the 28th District of the state of Texas, and I'm running to defend faith, family, and freedom. There's some folks, let's call them Democrats, who are shocked to see someone like me on a stage like this. These are the same people who were stunned when Donald Trump won the White House in 2016. These are the same people who are astonished to see my good friend, Myra Flores, flip a blue district red just 3 days ago. These are the same people who couldn't believe I worked for Ted Cruz for nearly a decade in South Texas. They say things like, Cassie, you're a Latina who lives in South Texas. How can you be a Republican? And these days, I only shake my head and say, how can you not be? How can you not be a Republican when you watch the Biden administration declare war on the oil and gas industry in my district? Even as gas prices soar, how can you not be a Republican when you see Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's assault on our God-given rights? How can you not be a Republican when you see what the Biden administration has done to weaken America's borders? The border isn't abstract for me. Every single county in my district is on the border, and I've seen what's going on there with my own eyes. I hear the fears of landowners and ranchers. I talk to moms and dads who are worried about the flood of drugs and violence and chaos. I talk to our brave Border Patrol agents who feel like no one has their back. I hear the frustration and pain in their voices. They're tired of the Democrat Party stopping the border wall. They're tired of the Democrat Party promoting catch and release. They're tired of the Democrat Party ending the Remain in Mexico policy. They're tired of the Democrat Party pretending like this problem doesn't exist or is too big to fix. They're tired of Henry Cuellar, who says all the right things but has done absolutely nothing to secure our southern border. Once, not very long ago, we had a president who was fighting to secure our border, build a border wall, defend our Border Patrol agents, and fix this problem once and for all. But you know what gives me hope? All of these people, my neighbors, the farmers, the ranchers, the Border Patrol agents, the moms, the dads, they aren't keeping quiet. Not anymore. The red wave is here. The red wave that sent Myra Flores to Congress, the red wave that's going to send me to Congress. And that is the red wave that's going to send Nancy Pelosi packing. I am so proud to be with all of you today, and I'm grateful for everything you've done and everything you are doing. God bless you all. God bless this convention. God bless the state of Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
What starts in our local communities can shape the future of our state and our nation. At the Candidate Resource Committee, our mission is to help elect Republican candidates in lower ballot races.
I am one.
I am one.
I am one.
Once elected, these leaders bring conservative reform to every corner of Texas.
I am one.
I am one.
I am one.
And with training, tools, and resources from the Republican Party of Texas, local candidates move up and eventually become statewide conservative leaders.
I am one. So join us. Let's continue building our Republican Party
and make Texas even stronger.
For the Candidate Resource Committee, please welcome Mays Middleton, Republican nominee for Senate District 11.
Thank you. It is amazing to be in the room with this many grassroots conservatives that are the tip of the spear to go protect and defend our God-granted freedoms of life, liberty, and property. My name is Mays Middleton. I'm chairman of the Texas House Freedom Caucus. I'm also the Republican nominee for State Senator District 11, covering Harris, Brazoria, and Galveston counties. My wife Macy and I are blessed with 4 kids, 3 little boys, and our first girl who's about to be 1-year-old next week. Man, what a blessing our children are, but they are so humbling. This morning, Matthew, our 4-year-old, asked me to wipe his bottom, so they definitely keep you in check. But that next generation, that's a daily reminder of why we're here and what we're fighting for. Every single person in this convention center is worried about our future. Which God-granted freedom is Joe Biden, Beto, and the rest of the socialist left going to try and take away from us next? And you know what? Our future, it cannot be secure when there is a party in charge in Washington, D.C. that thinks it's a good idea for little kids to go to drag queen story time. And liberty, it can be won and it can be lost at every single level of government. The federal level, the state level, and the local level. And for too long, we as conservatives have not paid enough attention to the local level. George Soros and the Democrats and their large out-of-state donors have wreaked havoc in local elections in Texas. It was liberal local electeds that stopped this very convention here today 2 years ago because of Dr. Fauci's modeling. It was city council that defunded the police. It's cities and school districts that have sponsored Pride Week for small kids. And it was cities that had policies of sanctuary cities that protected illegal immigrants. It's liberal George Soros DAs that have policies of not prosecuting dangerous criminals at the expense of your family's safety. And radical left judges have let killers out again and again to kill again. And it is local government that is using your hard-earned tax dollars on Austin lobbyists to lobby against your conservative values. Those same taxpayer-funded lobbyists recently worked with the Biden administration to have concerned parents branded as domestic terrorists be investigated under the Patriot Act. They are treating parents and taxpayers like the enemy, and it must end. Democrats, they're endangering lives. Who feels less safe than they did 2 years ago? I think all of us. Socialist destruction is happening. So the question is, who's going to stop the radical left? If not us here today, then who? Then who? We are the ones to fight back, but we need the tools to do so. And one of those tools is the Candidate Resource Committee. The CRC supports and funds elections for conservative fighters in local government down ballot races. And I believe in the mission of the Candidate Resource Committee so much that every dollar raised here today I will match. And there are a few ways you can donate to the Candidate Resource Committee. You can pull out your phone and get out your camera and scan the QR code on the screen next to me. There's also a QR code in your program that you can scan, or you can find your SRAC, your newly elected SRAC member, and give them a check, or visit the CRC booth in the convention exhibit hall. There is only one party that represents the values that this country was founded on. Let's elect more people with those values on the local level. And the CRC can help do that. And I have confidence in this. I know that because of our shared convictions and our unique Texas grit, we're going to get to see Ronald Reagan's Morning in America again. And it will be Texas that leads the charge to take this country back. Thank you. May God bless you, and may God bless Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Texas Railroad Commissioner Christy Craddock.
She cried so when I left her, it like to broke my heart. And if I ever find her, we never more will part.
Well, good morning, and wow, it's a pleasure to see so many friends actually in person. I have to start by congratulating all of you. You, the delegates, the alternates, the family. You worked hard to get here today, and I applaud you for standing up and speaking up for your conservative values. I respect you, and I thank you for what you're doing. Did you know that I've been coming to Texas Republican Convention since I was 12 years old? For you, those of you with the babies, by the way, you started earlier. The one constant that time for every one of those 20 conventions, and look, you don't have to do the math today, don't figure out how old I am, right? But the one constant has been our deep and abiding love of Texas. We love our state. We love our state's values, our state's conservative values. We love our state's way of life. We are Texas Republicans. We are pro-God, pro-family, pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, pro-police, pro-border security, and pro-jobs. We are unapologetically pro-Texan, and we are pro-America. So the truth is, though, that these are the values that are under attack. With Joe Biden's agenda and George Soros's money, liberals are opening the border, vilifying and defunding the police, prioritizing foreign oil over our national security, changing the focus of our public schools from education to indoctrination, and trying to addict every state, county, city, and town to a steady flow of borrowed federal money. Why are they attacking us? It's simple. Because liberals hate Texas. They hate the fact that Texas succeeds. Because when we succeed, it proves that sound conservative policies and strong Republican leadership works. It drives them mad, doesn't it? That even when they rig the system against us with unnecessary regulations and political, pointless mandates, we still succeed. Texas still proves and powers the nation that we are creating the most jobs year after year after year. So try it sometime. Just mention Texas and watch a liberal just lose their mind. It's understandable, though. I almost feel sorry for them. Almost. Look, if we don't stand strong, if we don't stand united, liberals will build on the beachheads they've established in Austin, the crazy town, and our other cities. And we've already seen what that can lead to. Progressives on the Austin City Council are slashing police budgets. Activist judges and out-of-control liberal Democrat district attorneys are letting violent criminals out onto the street. The result? In Austin, the homicide rate skyrocketed last year. It's up 87% since 2020 alone. Austin police are stretched so thin, they are forced to tell citizens they simply can't respond to any crime that isn't directly life-threatening. And police will tell you that a non-life-threatening crime can become life-threatening in a heartbeat. And look, it's not just Austin. Back in the 80s, liberals in New York told police to ignore so-called victimless crimes. Sure enough, what they found was that misguided policy encouraged criminals and escalated crime. They found that petty crime invariably turns into violent crime. And here in Texas, with just a few cities and a few activists, judges, and DAs in power, violent crime is up across the state. This must stop. The Republican Party has never been more needed. It's never been more vital that we unite as a party and champion the same policies that have already made us great. We have to secure the border and ideally make Joe Biden pay for it. We have to respect the miracle of life, beginning at the moment of conception. We need to defend our kids in public schools, making sure that parents are in charge of children's education and not woke teachers and administrators. We need to address skyrocketing property taxes, but that can only be done through strong, conservative, Republican leadership starting at the municipal level. Liberal Democrats are only too happy to settle back and watch the money flow from your pocket into government coffers. This is a problem. And we have to get government out of the way so Texas Energy and the Texas energy sector can do what it does best: create good jobs for Texans and power the nation and the world. Look, it's telling that with Russia out of the energy market, Biden seems to be more interested in doing business with Venezuela and Saudi Arabia than freeing Texas to do the job we're capable of, to help us provide global security through American energy production. Joe Biden is crippling the American energy industry with his Green New Deal policies, and it's hitting the American average families the hardest. Increased prices at the pump and the grocery store are a direct result of his failed leadership. Texas producers are ready, willing, and able to meet these challenges, but we need our own president to get out of the way. We learned a lot of great things from Ronald Reagan, things like growth, prosperity, fulfillment, and freedom follow from the bottom up, not from the government down. Now, that approach requires strong roots and a solid foundation. You are here today because you are that foundation. On your shoulders stand the elected representatives of our party and our state. It's becoming increasingly clear the fate of this country is tied to the vision and leadership and actions are tied to the state of Texas. From the bottom up, we're going to draw from the well of leadership. You are the strength and the courage on which this Republican Party has been built and stands, shining like a city on a hill. We need to take back the cities where the liberal Democrats have made inroads. We need all communities in Texas, including Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, look, if all possible, Austin, right? To be incubators of free market ideas instead of an echo chamber for liberal cities. It won't be easy. But Ronald Reagan never shied away from a tough fight. He had faith in the people and faith in God, instead of faith in government. If you'll remember, Ronald Reagan inherited the biggest mess, certainly of my lifetime, from a one-term Democrat president and had to rebuild the national economy from the ground up. And I never thought I'd say something like this, but these days, Joe Biden is making Jimmy Carter look like a success. Inflation, supply shortages, weakness on the world stage, rising interest rates. Do they honestly think it's just a coincidence that the second you put a liberal Democrat in charge, everything falls apart? We have to be ready to pick up the pieces when a Republican makes Joe a one-termer as well in 2024. If we are going to continue to thrive, Texas has no choice. We have to lead. So let's lead. Let's lead like Reagan. Reagan was an optimist, and I am too. He saw promise in our fellow citizens, and I know you do too. We can't let the unrelenting attacks and the cancel culture from the left break our spirit. And looking around today, I know that's not something that's going to happen in Texas. Here, I see people ready to double down on what we stand for, what we fight for. Our work starts here in Texas to keep Texas conservative and red, led by accountable leaders who are optimistic and proud to do their jobs. Texans Republicans are proud to be leading and proud to be fighting for the future of our great state. Thank you, and God bless you.
When it comes to energy, our nation is at a crossroads.
It is back. Today, progressives will reintroduce the Green New Deal.
If you taxed every household in the U.S. earning over $30,000 a year at 100%, in 10 years you still couldn't pay for it.
Will we move down Biden's path of expensive, unreliable energy? Or will we unleash the Texas oil and gas industry to lower prices at the gas pump, improve the reliability of our grid, and ensure national security through energy independence? In Texas, one man is leading the fight to restore American energy dominance and ensure cheap, reliable energy for consumers. Railroad Commissioner Wayne Christian.
Today, oil prices crashed, and that is really bad. But the repercussions from, $10 a barrel oil are just plain terrible.
A free market conservative, Wayne Christian delivered the deciding vote to defeat this initiative and ensure our state's oil and gas industry was protected from government overreach.
We don't need to let the markets continue to be uncertain on what's going on with oil and gas. Texas will rise to the occasion, and I'll take it 100% of the time America comes back stronger. So does Texas.
While liberals like Beto O'Rourke have tried to politicize Winter Storm Uri to advance the Green New Deal and increase our reliance on unreliable forms of energy, Wayne Christian has been at the forefront in the fight to eliminate the policies and subsidies that prop up unreliable forms of energy with our tax dollars. And as Governor Greg Abbott's appointee to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, Wayne Christian has been a national leader in fighting back against federal overreach and Biden policies like the Clean Future Act and the Paris Climate Agreement. A former legislator and small business owner, Wayne Christian was consistently rated one of the most conservative elected officials in the state. In fact, as chairman of the Platform Committee at the Republican State Convention in 2010, Wayne Christian implemented the first legislative priorities in party history. In his second term, Wayne Christian will continue to fight for our conservative values so we can restore energy independence and make America great again.
Please welcome your Railroad Commissioner, Wayne Christian.
Good day. You know, it's an honor to be with you today, and it's amazing that we in Texas are the ones the world looks to what to do. Let me tell you real quick, with the Railroad Commission of Texas, you've had heroes, Christy Craddock, Jim Wright, that are my co-commissioners, heroes to stand up for Texas oil and gas and energy. By the way, Railroad Commission has nothing to do with railroads. You got that? It's oil, gas, and coal. It's 30% of your state budget. Listen to this, 30% of the state of Texas, 1 out of every 10 families makes their living directly or indirectly oil and gas. It's all our rainy day fund, all our permanent school fund is oil, gas, and coal. And ladies and gentlemen, it's what makes Texas, Texas. And what's frightening is we have a president of the United States that has gone to war against us and our resources the good Lord gave us under the ground. Understand, we right now, just in West Texas, have the largest discovery of oil and natural gas in history. But Wall Street, through these ESG, environmental, social, and governance funds, have cut 90% of the financing for our oil and gas industry. We have these folks in Washington, D.C. that can't figure why we have a president of the United States that goes to Venezuela, goes to Saudi Arabia, and begs on his knees that we get oil and gas. Well, we're sitting here with the good Lord's gift of the largest find in history. And you wonder, why are they doing that? Well, there's a plan. There's a plan to make sure that in the next decade, and he said this, Joe Biden has said over the next decade we will have shortages of food and shortages of energy. Understand, when you see the price of gasoline going up at the pump like we've seen, and oil goes up, it ain't just gasoline, folks. It's over 6,000 products go up and their delivery. Do you know there's an agricultural product that comes from Russia that we're dependent on to start any diesel truck, any diesel engine in the United States? And a guy named Larry Fink, who is with BlackRock Financial and on the World Economic Forum with George Soros and Bill Gates and John Kerry and other great friends of democracy. And they're planning that in the next decade, when we're short on energy and food, that finally we come as a nation bowing to big brother government and say, oh, please feed us and please give us our lights. Let me tell you a couple of things that concern me. Let me brag on our legislature and our leadership. We've had one of the most conservative, accomplishing legislatures in history. And I commend the many good people, Mays Middleton and his group, that has done a tremendous job of keeping Texas in the conservative direction. We're sitting here with the opportunity today to have issues like we've been praying for years to do away with Roe versus Wade. We're sitting here with the opportunity we're looking at of this gender counseling they're giving our kids. All of these many issues which are very important. But let me say that there's one particular issue I think we're kind of not addressing in our platform, in our legislative priorities agenda, and that is the fact that we are about to see. I'm not a very bright person. I went to public education in Texas, okay? And it's public schools. And I was taught this thing called Maslow's hierarchy. Do y'all remember that? And what it talked about is all the great things that we're talking about and our good issues we're fighting. There's a couple of things that you got to have. It's food, clothing, and shelter before you have any of the above accomplishments. People don't even listen to you if they can't eat and they don't have heating and cooling. And folks, right now, Joe Biden is sitting here, okay, we're going to shut down American energy. We're going to shut down that heating and cooling. And all of a sudden, Texas and Americans are dependent on Big Brother. Let me give you a real quick example. About 20 years ago, we in Texas, Republicans passed something I think was an unwise bill. Believe it or not, good folks, but sometimes we make mistakes. And one of the big things I think we need to admit is when we make a mistake and correct our problem. We decided we wanted to be the wind capital of the world. And congratulations, we are, okay? The last, Texas Public Policy Foundation said the last 20 years, Texas taxpayers have paid over $66 billion to wind and solar. 19 billion of that, $1 billion a year, is from Texas taxpayers, the others from we federal taxpayers. So what we've accomplished that we're sitting here since Storm Uri. You remember that? I spent 5 days without any electricity. And by the way, the Railroad Commission does not regulate electricity. We do minerals, natural gas, oil, coal, uranium. That's what the Railroad Commission does. And by the way, for the Railroad Commission's benefit and the 900 employees statewide, which are a lot of your friends and family across the state, 99.5% of the folks during Storm Uri that turned on the valve and needed gas got it. Got it. Texas delivered. The Railroad Commission did. But what wasn't there was wind and solar. Wind and solar prior to Uri was doing 28% of the electric grid. During Uri, it went down to 0 and 5% on wind and solar respectively. Natural gas went from 48% of your electricity to 70% of your electricity. Now, some of these folks, like the Houston Chronicle, says that, well, natural gas didn't produce as much during Storm Uri, so we need to do something about that. Correct. We didn't produce record numbers. It went up to 70% of your electricity, but that's not a record high in production. Yet how did Texas get 99% of natural gas during the storm when production went there? How did we distribute a record amount of natural gas? Because of the secret of winterization we have in Texas called underground storage. There's enough underground storage, folks, in the state of Texas to last all the gas needs in the state for 1 full month if we didn't produce a bit. That's Texas. Well, 20 years ago, we decided we'd be the wind capital of the world. Now, I want to ask you something. Are you for dirty, expensive, and rare, unavailable energy? Hold it. Y'all are not for all the above energy in Texas? Think of this, folks. We're sitting here needing reliable energy, and wind and solar went to 0 and 5%. Natural gas went up, reliable energy. I did the little article in Wall Street Journal, and basically I can summarize that pretty quickly. It's that we have spent so much time and dollar and energy on unreliable energy in Texas that we let the pilot light go out on reliable energy. Now here's the trick. Guess what's happened since Storm Uri? Unreliable energy, we have increased electric generation of wind and solar nationwide by 17%. So we have more unreliable energy you have paid for since Storm Uri. We have 0 new natural gas, 0 new nuclear, and we have decreased the coal reserves. So get this picture. Wind and solar couldn't do that when it was cold, provide us lights, and now we're being told to turn up our thermostats to 78 because they can't do it when it's hot. Yet since that storm, we have increased more unreliable, decreased reliable. Do you know that you're the only people in the United States that do not pay the lowest cost for your electricity? Why? Because 20 years ago, we decided we'd be the wind capital of the world, and we got a deal that when wind blows or solar produces, natural gas shuts down, nuclear shuts down, and we have to buy wind and solar every time the wind blows or the sun shines. So you wind up paying an excessive cost for your electricity like nobody else in the nation. Folks, we need to fix that. There's a lot of problems we have, but God has given us the greatest state in the world. Let me tell you, I could go on way too long, and the last time I went overtime here at the convention was when I proposed this thing called legislative intent agenda that we had, and the leadership at that time, a decade ago, cut off the microphone during my presentation because they didn't want it, literally. Some of you may remember that. And in fact, after we then passed the legislative intent agenda, I went back to the legislature and the rhinos in charge had redistricting and drew me an 80% new district and kicked me out. That's what you get for fighting the fight, folks. But guess what? God was kind of in a joke mood then, and I'm back. Okay, I know the Houston Chronicle published that I was not a Christian because I ain't for all of this Green New Deal junk that the government's trying to give us. I believe the greatest scam on we, the American people, is this green good junk, okay? Well, let me tell you the answer to our problems. And this is where I know the Houston Chronicle said I wasn't a Christian, but I didn't know they had that level of authority, right? But there's a story that just moves me about Republicans. There was a president, John Quincy Adams, was the first president in history that once he served his term as president, he ran for Congress. And when he won Congress, he was quite the extraordinary gentleman, but every Tuesday was make a motion day for a bill in Washington. So every Tuesday you'd make your motions. Every Tuesday, ex-President John Quincy Adams would get on the stage and he would move to abolish slavery in the United States. And of course, didn't pass, wasn't going to pass, but it didn't stop him. Every Tuesday he'd get up and make the motion. The newspapers got up and said, President Adams, why with your career do you sit up there and become humiliated by being laughed at about making this motion. And he said this statement. He said, the work is ours, the results are God's. Now listen to this. During his tenure, there was a one-term congressman, and his name, you'll know in a second, but that congressman, really one term, was very used as a mentor, John Quincy Adams, very close. In fact, he served as a pallbearer later at John Quincy Adams' funeral. Well, a couple of years later, there was this new group that came together and organized, and they were called the Republican Party. And they nominated this guy named Abraham Lincoln, who was the one-term congressman under John Quincy Adams. And just a couple of years later, Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation. Think of that. I want to ask you something from that. The work is whose? The results are, you bet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the secret to the problems we have. We have opportunities like never before, but don't let combined in thinking we've won the fight. Texas is a blessed place. It's a place that we're protected. We don't see a lot of the bads. We see it on the news, but it couldn't happen here. Folks, it couldn't happen here. It's happening here. And only by our faith to stand up. And people say, oh, I'm so discouraged. There's nothing I can do. I don't even watch the news. Oh, everything's so bad. Let me tell you something. The work is ours. That's not the option. That's why you're here. Let me close with this one. And I'll show I'm a right-wing religious nut and proud of it. What's the promise we got from God himself? If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and what? Heal their land. Folks, I hope we have a healing, and it's a healing we need to turn to the Republican Party of Texas as the instrument God is using. You and me are the battlers that need to go out here and hit their communities and excite people to work for the kingdom of God. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Please welcome back Reverend Rafael Cruz, the father of Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, hello again. I tell you, I remember 1980. I was very involved in the Reagan campaign. My son Ted was 9 years old. And our conversation around the dinner table was always about why we had to get rid of this Marxist Jimmy Carter and replace him with a constitutional Christian conservative like Ronald Reagan. We would sit in front of the television to listen to Ronald Reagan speeches, and my son Ted was mesmerized with Ronald Reagan. As a matter of fact, one of the first speeches that he memorized in part was A Time for Choosing, that 1976 speech by Ronald Reagan. And as he entered high school, and throughout high school, as he gave speeches on free market economics and the Constitution throughout the state of Texas, he was absolutely certain that his life would be dedicated to public service. After college and law school, he went on to work as a clerk for Chief Justice William Rehnquist. He served as Solicitor General of Texas for 5.5 years, and he has been serving as your senator and mine for the last 10 years in Washington, D.C. Today, he is at the forefront of the battle to make sure that this Marxist administration in Washington, D.C. stops destroying America and to restore America to that shining city on a hill to the glory of God. Please help me in welcoming my son, Senator Ted Cruz.
The radical left hates their political opponents, and they condone violence as a means of getting what they want.
We saw a man arrested for attempted murder.
of a Supreme Court justice. That crime was actively encouraged by elected Democrats.
To tear down the Supreme Court, to tear down the independence of our judiciary, and fundamentally to tear down our Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
This administration has managed to get every single policy wrong, from economic policy to domestic policy to foreign policy. In some ways, you have to marvel that they managed to screw everything up.
Big is bad across the board. Big government sucks. Big business sucks. Big tech, big Hollywood, big universities. Chinese communists and Elizabeth Warren, they both want to control you.
There should be no mandates. Zero. That means no mask mandates, no vaccine mandates. That means no vaccine passports.
If the only people with guns are the jackbooted thugs, then liberty is gone. What stopped armed bad guys is armed good guys.
Just 6% of Americans support unlimited abortion up until the moment of birth. That is the view of virtually every single Senate Democrat. They are radical and extreme.
They want to sexualize little kids, teach kindergartners about sex, gay sex, straight sex. How about just no sex for 5-year-olds? For Democrats and the press, up is down, right is left, everything is backwards and upside down. Or the New York Times suggested that there are multiple states in the Union that if they were allowed to would ban interracial marriage. What utter garbage. You bigoted, moronic, Manhattan leftist elite lying sacks of crap.
Don't ever apologize to the woke mob. They want to destroy you. They want to silence you. They want to subjugate you. Laugh at them. It drives them bananas. The powerful are afraid. They are terrified of you. They look out at the men and women in this room and you scare the living crap out of them. They are afraid of truth. God bless the great state of Texas. What an incredible gathering of patriots here to save the United States of America. We're gathered here today at an unusual time. What's happening in Washington? This isn't normal. The President of the United States shakes hands with people who aren't there. By the way, I have a theory. That was Harvey. I'm here today with a word of encouragement and hope and exhortation. Good to see you, sir. God bless you. First Amendment is a wonderful thing, and you're welcome to yell whatever the heck you want. I'm here with two simple messages. Number one, America is in crisis. We all know this. You look at what's happening in Washington, the policies coming from Biden and Pelosi and Schumer. We got inflation skyrocketing, price of everything going up, price of food, price of lumber, price of homes, price of rent, price of electricity, price of gas. Look, it's so bad. Antifa can't afford bricks. It's so bad. Eric Swalwell can't afford Chinese dinners. You look at crime, we got crime skyrocketing across the country. We have murder rates skyrocketing. We have carjacking rates skyrocketing. You look at our southern border, the absolute chaos at our southern border. Over 2 million people crossed last year, the highest rate in 62 years. You look at the supply chain. Shelves empty in the store. You can't find baby formula. Which I got to say, as a real practical matter, is a problem. What is Pete Buttigieg supposed to do on paternity leave? And then, as bad as domestic policy is, as bad as economic policy is, foreign policy is even worse. Every single region of the world has gotten worse. The enemies of America have all gotten stronger. We have the disgraceful surrender in Afghanistan to the Taliban, leaving Americans behind. And every enemy of America, they looked to the Oval Office and they took the measure of the man in the Oval Office. And tragically, they concluded that he is weak and feckless and ineffective. Now, some of y'all may be thinking, you know, Ted, you said you were going to encourage us. You really suck at this. But I told you I got 2 messages. And here's the second one. Revival is coming. My father's favorite scripture is from the book of Psalms. Weeping endures for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And I'm here to tell you that morning is coming. All across this country, people's eyes are opening up. You know, there's a natural pendulum sense to politics. Throughout the history of our country, one party gets in power, they go too far one direction. And the American people say, hold on a second, and they bring it on back. Other party gets in, they go the other way, the American people pull it on back. Every single dumbass idea that comes out of this White House, part of me grieves, but part of me quietly celebrates because it's accelerating the process of changing the road we're on, of bringing this country back. I got to tell you, every Democrat in the country is terrified. From the dog catcher all the way up to the most powerful Democrat in the world, Joe Biden's handler. Listen, even Kamala Harris is getting restless. She just hired Nancy Pelosi's husband to be Joe Biden's driver. And we're going to see in November, it's not just going to be a red wave. It is going to be a tsunami. You look at the things that are opening up people's eyes. It's policies that make no sense. Listen, it takes crisis to reveal someone's character. You look at something like COVID, the COVID pandemic, and it's revealed the character of so many petty authoritarians all over the country who shut down small businesses, who destroyed jobs, shut down stores and restaurants and bars and gyms, who shut down churches, who shut down schools. We will look back at the idiocy of shutting down schools, many across the country, for over a year, and the harms to kids that are going to last with them their entire lives. You look at something like mask policies. It's important to understand this was always nonsense. Let's think about it on the face of it. Okay, what were the rules with masks? The rules with masks: when you walked into a restaurant, you must wear masks because of science. When you sit down at the table, you take your mask off. Again, because of science. And actually, I've got a theory for that. The COVID vaccine and the COVID virus react to altitude. At 6 feet, COVID is deadly. Oh my God, go hide. At 3 feet, it is perfectly harmless. By the way, that explains why Fauci is safe. He's only 5 feet tall. All right, or let's take airplanes. All right, airplanes. What were the rules? The rules were you must wear a mask. Unless you have a peanut. In which case, take your mask off, everything is fine. And again, there's a scientific basis for this. Peanuts cure COVID. Now, somewhere in the back, there's some reporter pulling out his notepad saying, oh, there you go again, misinformation. He's saying peanuts cure COVID. No, you numbskulls. I'm saying this was garbage, and it was always garbage, and everyone knew it was garbage from the outset. But it is powerful as people see this. Their eyes are opening up. Let's take culture. The Democrat Party has become socialists gone wild. Thank God, Bernie's not yet in a bikini. But if you look at their assault on culture, so I've got a podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it every week. When I did it on campus at the University of Alabama, I pointed out with woke corporate America that soon we were going to see Disney making movies with Mickey and Pluto going at it. Now, what I didn't understand is that Disney was apparently watching the podcast. And they decided to follow through on that. So we got their new movie, Buzz Lightyear, that features something that I never knew the world was missing: lesbian toys. So their new movie, by the way, they fired Tim Allen, presumably because he wasn't interested in their propaganda. They replaced him, so they decided, okay, the movie's called Lightyear, literally about Buzz Lightyear. Let's fire the guy who plays Buzz Lightyear. Because our woke agenda is so important, get rid of that actor. You know, call me crazy, but do toys have to have sex? Like, this is not even a gay, straight thing. Like, just leave the kids alone. But you look at Nancy Pelosi just this week, who went on TV and said drag queens are what America is all about. Did I miss that day in American history? Look, I understand that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson wore wigs. But I think it was a little different. And listen, consenting adults, you can do what you want to do. But this culture assault is driven by radical leftists who want to tear down America. They want to tear down the churches. They want to tear down our schools. They want to tear down our families. They want to tear down our faith. They want to tear down our values. And I'll tell you, they've gone so far that millions of Americans are looking at them saying, what in the hell is wrong with you people? You look at guns. Texas, once again, we saw the horrific shooting in Uvalde. I was there the day after that shooting. What that evil monster did, murdering 19 children, murdering 2 teachers, it is horrific, it is evil. And if we lived in a sane, rational world, we'd be coming together saying, how do we stop violent crime? We go after the criminals. We go after the felons. We go after the fugitives. We go after those with serious mental illness who try to illegally buy guns, and we put them in jail, and we lock them up, and we keep them out of our schools, and we keep them out of our churches, and we keep our families safe. But what do the Democrats do? They don't want to go after the criminals. And I understand they got to take care of their base. They're not interested in making our schools safer. Joe Biden said, I don't believe in hardening schools. What the hell's wrong with you? Instead, inevitably, every time there's a mass murder, the response of the Democrats is to go after and try to take away the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. It doesn't work. It doesn't make people safer, and it is contrary to the Constitution, and I give you my word, anyone that tries to take away our Second Amendment rights, I will stand and fight to defend our liberties. We just had right here in Houston the National Convention of the NRA. And following that horrific mass murder, you saw the media and Democrats immediately start demonize the NRA. I'll tell you, I was proud to go and speak to the NRA. And what the media and Democrats say is a lie from the pit of hell. Because they try to blame law-abiding citizens who are defending their families and their children for the acts of horrific homicidal maniacs. And what's even worse is inevitably when you have one of these evil murderers, it is men and women exercising their right to keep and bear arms that stop those sons of bitches. People's eyes are opening up. We saw last year when Republicans won the governor's race in Virginia. We saw last year when we came within 2 points of winning the governor's race in New Jersey. And by the way, we beat the Democrat president of the Senate in New Jersey, longtime incumbent. The candidate was a Republican truck driver who spent $2,000.
And did anyone happen to see what happened in South Texas this week? Myra Flores, Congresswoman Myra Flores. Over 100 years, South Texas has been a bright blue bastion. Although I'll tell you something my father says frequently down in South Texas. He points out, he says, listen, the Hispanic community, we've always been conservative. 50 years ago in Texas, Texas was a one-party state. It was a Democrat state. There were very few Republicans. This ballroom was about the size of a waiting room in a Holiday Inn. But back when Texas was a one-party state, a Democrat state, there were two parties. There were conservative Democrats and there were liberal Democrats. And a point my dad's made in the Valley over and over again, Hispanics, we were always conservative Democrats. What's happened since then? The crazy, radical, lunatic, atheist, socialist numbskulls have taken over the Democrat Party. And I got to tell you right now, if you're an Hispanic guy in South Texas, if you're driving a pickup truck, if you work in the oil field, if you go bird hunting on the weekends, and these lunatics want to bankrupt you, put you out of work, put your kids out of school, and destroy your family, you're voting Republican. And in November, we are going to see South Texas turn bright red. We're going to elect not one, not two, but 3 Republican members of Congress from South Texas, all Hispanic women. Cassie Garcia, who you just heard from, is a rock star. Monica De La Cruz is a rock star. And I cannot wait to see Cassie and Monica and Myra go head-to-head with Nancy Pelosi and AOC. And say, tell me again about how good open borders are. I can't wait to see them stand up to Adam Schiff and Gerald Nadler. Please give us your wisdom. That's a short conversation. About what it's like on the southern border. We are going to see an historic shift. Between now and Election Day, I am going to be on the road virtually nonstop, campaigning all over this country. I'm campaigning to retake the Senate and help defeat Democratic senators. I'm campaigning to retake the House and throw the Democrats out of office. I'm working to raise millions of dollars for Republican challengers all over this country because together we are fighting to save the country. And when we win, when we retake America, when we turn South Texas red, it is going to be the men and women in this room, the warriors gathered like the 300 in Sparta. Although I'm glad folks are wearing their shirts. But it is you, warriors that are gathered, that are going to take this country back. So the podcast I do every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, when we launched it, it became the #1 ranked podcast in the world.
We've had over 40 million downloads. We get more viewers on Verdict than CNN gets on their morning show. So I want to ask every one of you to take out your cell phone and text the word verdict to 24005. Let me give you that to you again. Text the word verdict to 24005. You'll get back links to subscribe yourself to a podcast. Because part of what we need to do is we need to be informed, we need to be educated, we need to be mobilizing, we need to be turning people out, we need to be teaching people, we need to be shining the light, we need to be speaking the truth. And this is the remnant that will help pull this country back from the brink. When we win in November, and notice I said when, I'm looking forward in January to walking along the hallway in the United States Capitol and to bump it into a little man wearing overalls, carrying a screwdriver, coming to change the sign on Nancy Pelosi's office. And Nancy's gonna get on her broom. All right, that's not right. That's not fair. Nancy is gonna get on her private jet, the USS Broom, and fly back to San Francisco. Then she's gonna retire to Florida. And Chuck Schumer is going to get on the Acela train and head back to New York City. And then we're going to tell Joe Biden it's 2025, and he'll just wander back to Delaware. This country is worth saving. When the socialists come, when the Marxists come, when the communists come, when those who hate America come to tear her down, when the radicals on the school board try to teach critical race theory to our kids, when they try to indoctrinate them with lies, Texans have never shrunk for a battle. And it is the men and women in this room who will rise to defend the Lone Star State and will rise to defend the United States of America. And I'm here to tell you, brighter days are coming. We will take this country back. We will defend our liberty. We will defend the Constitution. And we will restore the greatest country in the history of the world. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas.
These lines carry more than electricity and natural gas to Greater Houston. They carry the reliability our families and communities need, resilience against changing climates and severe weather, answers to safety and sustainability. And they lead to new places where partnerships that will build a new energy future are being formed. These are the lines that connect families, create jobs, and harness our collective power to not just move energy, but to move life forward.
There are far too many open and avowed American-hating socialists, Marxists, and flat-out communists that have infiltrated our government. And it's terrifying that the Republican Party has sat back and let it happen. On top of that, we have way too many rhinos and establishment hacks in our own party who are blocking the America First agenda that Donald Trump created as our last line of defense against globalism, which is the slaughterhouse of liberty. I'm Charlie Kirk. I'm not a sheep, and I won't be led to the slaughter. And I won't watch the destruction of the land I love without putting up a fight. So now...
Once again, please welcome your chairman, Matt Rinaldi.
We'll do this super quick. It being 12:12, I call the general meeting to order. Before we break for lunch, quick Credentials Committee report. Chair recognizes David Wiley, Chairman of the Credentials Committee.
Mr. Chairman, the Credentials Committee reports as follows. As of 10 a.m. today, the total registration for the convention is 4,739 delegates and 494 alternates. The actual voting strength is 8799. A majority of the delegates is 2370. A majority of the actual voting strength is 4,400.
Motion before you is on the adoption of the permanent roll of the convention as presented. Are you ready for the question? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adopting the permanent roll of the convention presented say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The permanent roll has been updated.
That concludes the report of the Credentials Committee.
Report of the Credentials Committee. Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Seeing no other business scheduled, we are adjourned and will reconvene for the third general meeting after lunch at 1:30, when we will elect our new Republican State Party Chairman and Vice Chairman. We are adjourned.
2022 GOP convention.
Well, he's a tall, tough Texan. He wears a 10-gallon hat. That boy's from Texas wears a 10-gallon hat. Yes, he's a lean, mean Texan. Nose Dems are little bitty gnats. He rides from Texas just to swat those gnats. Well, people look at him and say, hoorah, hoorah, go swat that gnat. He rides from Texas just to swat those gnats. He deals with Biden and Ms. Harris. No clue where either head is at. Our boys from Texas wears a 10-gallon hat. They bumble and they fumble. Their plans just crumble and fall flat. Their plans just crumble and they just go splat. Well, people look at John and say, hoorah, hoorah, who are those brats? He rides from Texas just to stop those brats. Oh, well, it weren't too long ago when gas was cheap and groceries didn't break the bank. Oil and gas were booming. Everyone was swooning. Then Dems just make things stink. We gotta send that tall, tough Texan to straighten out our land. We'll send that Texan to help out the land. He'll bring a lot of ours with him. Make sure the Democrats are canned. We'll send our Texans so the Democrats are canned. People look at him and say, oh, John, Texas be grand. Oh, John, Texas be grand. Well, he's a long, tall Texan. Goes by the name of John. A long, tall Texan, and his name is John. Yes, he's a long, tall Texan. Soon all the Democrats are gone. A long, tall Texan, and his name is John. Yes, he's a long, tall Texan. And his name is Big Bad John. Big John, Big John,
Senator John Cornyn.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our friend and senior United States Senator, John Cornyn.
Big Bad John. Big Bad John. Big Bad John.
Howdy, everybody. Chairman Rinaldi, Vice Chair Parks, delegates and alternates to the largest, most powerful, and most conservative political convention in the country. I come here today with a little news for the media. They're the folks that said Robert Francis O'Rourke would turn Texas purple in 2018. And then that Biden
would turn Texas purple in 2020. As you know, we are still red. And I have a little more news. Robert Francis O'Rourke is the guy who lost to Ted Cruz and then who lost the presidential nomination and now has been reduced to using tragedies like Uvalde to grandstand for the media and left-wing Twitter trolls. Let's face it, Beto is not turning Texas purple. He's not turning it green or any other color for that matter, because our governor will wipe the floor with him and end his political career once and for all. Aren't you glad we're on the side of conservative Republicans like Greg Abbott, Ted Cruz, and Dan Patrick, rather than with those who want to limit freedom, censor speech, and take our guns? Speaking of our Second Amendment, you know, when tragedy strikes, the left's knee-jerk reaction is to say we should confiscate guns of law-abiding Texans. Beto, to his credit, actually said the quiet part out loud. They're coming for your ARs and your shotguns. I mean, they probably would confiscate your air rifle and your BB gun if they could too. But here's my guiding principle. Make sure good people have guns and that bad people don't. I'm passionate, as you are, about something called the United States Constitution. I have sworn an oath many times as a judge, as Attorney General, and now as a United States Senator. And every time I swore that I would protect it, and I meant it. That's why I take seriously our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. What we saw in Uvalde did not reflect a flaw in our Constitution, but the callousness of a human heart. It was pure evil, and we could all see it. I wish there was a way to legislate that we must all love one another. But as long as evil exists, so must the Second Amendment. And if we're going to change anything in this country, it should not be the right of law-abiding Americans to keep and bear arms. That's what I made clear to my fellow senators who approached me asking me to work on mental health and school safety legislation. I said, let's see if we can find a better way of enforcing existing law and keeping guns out of the hands of criminals and the mentally ill. But I will not, under any circumstance, support new restrictions for law-abiding gun owners. That will always be my red line. And despite what some of you may have heard, the framework that we are working on is consistent with that red line. As Fox News recently pointed out, we fought and kept President Biden's gun-grabbing wish list off the table. Democrats pushed for an assault weapons ban. I said no. They tried to get a new 3-week mandatory wait period for all gun purchases. I said no. Universal background checks, magazine bans, licensing requirements, the list goes on and on and on. And I said no, no, 1,000 times no. So you might ask, what is on the table? More mental health resources, more support for our schools, and making sure that violent criminals and the mentally ill cannot buy a firearm. That primarily means enforcing current law. That's what I've heard from many of you here today and this week, and that's what we're working on, nothing more and nothing less. So I would encourage anyone who's passionate about the Second Amendment as I am and who wants to get accurate information to check my website, cornyn.senate.gov. And you can then actually read what my positions are rather than rumor and the Twitterverse. My heart breaks for Uvalde, for families whose little ones will never return home, for teachers killed trying to protect their children, their students. No parent should ever have to fear for the safety of their child at school. And no child should be afraid to go to school. And if there is any lesson we can learn from the recent shootings, it's that America must have a reckoning with our broken mental health system. We have to take these conversations out of the shadows and into the light. We have to look out for one another and help those who, without treatment, may become a threat to themselves and others. Our efforts actually will complement the good work being done by the Texas legislature. Now, President Biden isn't happy that our list does not include his sprawling wish list, which tells me we must be doing something right. And when it comes to the left's efforts to censor speech, consider one test case. Elon Musk says that President Trump should be allowed back on Twitter, and the left loses their ever-loving mind. Yet they allow the Ayatollah of Iran and the Russian intelligence agents on Twitter, but not the former president? That's simply outrageous. It's past time to end the suppression of free speech, the shadow bans, the in-the-tank activism by big tech, and plant the flag for freedom. My friends, that's what I try to do every day on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Now, sometimes my job is pretty simple. Sometimes my job is as simple as saying no. A conservatism that William F. Buckley Jr. described as standing athwart history, yelling stop. And for the record, when it comes to ideas like the Green New Deal, someone needs to yell stop. When it comes to Bernie Sanders' socialized medicine scheme called Medicare for All, someone needs to yell stop. And when it comes to canceling college loans on the back of taxpayers of the well-to-do and walking away from your contractual obligations, someone needs to yell stop. When it comes to not securing our borders and letting the cartels and human traffickers profit on the misery of others, someone needs to yell stop. Okay, I admit, I'm a recovering judge. I'm not that much of a yeller. And I may not be as electrifying as our friend Ted Cruz. But let me tell you something else that I am absolutely passionate about. If we're going to be a society that protects life, that values innocent life, then we must also protect the unborn. And I'm proud to have worked over my entire career to confirm justices to the United States Supreme Court that are likely on the cusp of doing exactly that. If a society is judged by how it treats the most vulnerable, then we need to protect our unborn children. And here's the deal. I consider no job more important right now than stopping Joe Biden's radical judicial nominees. These are the ones that make up the rights and laws as they go along, the ones who rewrite the laws rather than enforcing the laws that Congress has passed. I'm also not too fond of people trying to rewrite history, whether it's in the courts or in our classrooms. Let's stop churning our children into casualties of the culture war, and let's get rid of divisive lunacy like critical race theory. And let's be clear to the corporations who try to appease left-wing agitators. If you go woke, conservative customers will let you go broke. We see what happens when the woke mobs take over our cities. It's not just the protest violence, which is bad enough, it's the protest policies. They actually make things worse. Boneheaded ideas like defunding the police. If you defund the police, you unleash violence. And we've seen murder rates and violent crime rise across major cities under these broken, weak, and woke policies. So if Democrats think they're coming for Texas, I have some news for them. Republicans will take back our urban centers long before that ever happens, because no one, Republicans, Democrats, or independents, want to feel unsafe in their homes, in their schools, or their neighborhoods. Oh, by the way, while Democrats play identity politics, we are engaged in idea politics. And if we're going to build on President Trump's momentum and continue to make inroads in places like the Rio Grande Valley and all across Texas, we need to work together in November. And Joe Biden makes our job easier every day. If you can't afford to buy a new car, or even a used car for that matter, if you can't afford to fill up your gas tank, let alone find baby formula, then maybe, just maybe, it's time to elect new leadership. In 2022, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are getting a pink slip. America is voting Republican. And in 2024, we're voting out Biden and Harris, too. America is ready to turn the page on inflation, on the war on American energy, and on the weakness and the wokeness. And Texas Republicans, as always, are ready to lead the way. So join me in making history and saying no to the Green New Deal, to the woke mobs rewriting our history, to inflation, to appeasement of tyrants and dictators. So let's take our country back, starting with Congress in November. Thank you, God bless you, and may God continue to bless our great state of Texas.
A federal appeals court temporarily blocked President Biden's vaccine mandate for private employers after Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sued over these new rules.
Suing to end that DACA program, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is slamming the Biden administration over this stunt.
The headline from Dallas News is Ken Paxton wins injunction to stop Biden vaccine mandate for Texas hospital and nursing home workers.
Paxton claims the lawsuit is a thinly veiled attempt to enact more big government control over the elections process.
Pharmaceutical companies now the subject of an investigation in Texas for allegedly promoting so-called puberty blockers for trans children, despite the drugs not having...
Ken Paxton is America's most conservative attorney general. He sued Joe Biden 28 times to force him to follow the rule of law instead of infringing on our constitutional rights. Ken Paxton defeated Biden's unconstitutional vaccine mandate, fought to secure our border, defended the right to life, stood strong for election integrity, and protected our Second Amendment freedoms.
You have the law on your side. You have the people on your side. You have been leading the fight on this from the very beginning.
So appreciate all that you're doing to keep America safe.
I wish a few more attorneys general did that across the country.
You're not just leading the fight on election integrity. You do it on the border. You do it in so many different ways. I know that makes you a target, but thank you for fighting for the American people, really, because this isn't just about Texas. This is about taking away everybody's rights.
An attorney general who has really led the way, somebody who has been brave and strong, Ken
Paxton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. Thank you. So I want to begin today with the story of a Texan. Some of you might have heard of him before. His name, Davy Crockett. He was a congressman in Tennessee, and after he was elected, he stood up to a Democratic president. And because he stood up, he lost re-election. Then Davy Crockett won his seat back. Now you'd think after losing, he'd learn to play nice. Maybe cut some deals. Maybe compromise. Nope. Davy Crockett kept saying what he thought was true and fighting for people he thought were wrong. And again, he lost his seat in Congress. But this time, he had a different response. He said, quote, "Y'all can go to hell, I'm going to Texas." And it was in our state that he fought for freedom and died at the Battle of the Alamo and became an American hero. That story tells you a lot about Texans. We think for ourselves. We are fighters. We will fight for what's right even when it costs us personally. That's not a popular way to be these days. If you believe in certain things, I don't know, that America's borders should be secure, or that big tech companies shouldn't have a monopoly on what we think and what we read, or that children shouldn't be taught to hate people of different races because of certain theories, you get attacked or you get canceled. If you believe in election integrity, you're called a radical or dangerous. And as all of you know, I speak from experience. In 2020, my office filed 12 lawsuits about election integrity. Now mind you, this was before the election. We didn't wait till after the election. We knew that the Democrats were going to use mail-in ballots to try to change our state laws to steal a victory they couldn't win at the ballot box. The storm clouds were right in front of us. When we filed those lawsuits, I told my team, listen, we can't lose this. We can't lose a single one of these 12 lawsuits. If we do, we're going to lose the whole ball game. We're going to lose the election. And we fought, and we fought, and we went 12-0. Then November came, and state like ours, which had fought for strong elections laws, went for President Trump. And states like Georgia, which signed consent decrees and allowed illegal mail-in ballots, shockingly, went for Joe Biden. What happens next is a story that some people know, but I want you to hear it. The media said the election was over. They said it didn't matter if there was fraud or if there were strange ballots coming from strange places. They told us to play nice and just move on. Attorneys general from around the country, including many Republicans, refused to say a word. But we in Texas, we spoke up. In Texas, we filed a lawsuit with a pretty simple premise. That voters in 4 states had the rules changed on them at the last minute in violation of their constitutional rights to a fair election. You know what happened next? It was a firestorm. We were attacked even by Republicans in our own state. They threatened to disbar me. They're still trying to disbar me. We were called every bad name in the book, but we knew what was right, and we did it. And do you know what happened? The next day, the day after we filed our lawsuit, 100 members of Congress and 18 other attorneys general jumped on the bandwagon and joined us. Now, you all know how that case ends. We didn't win, and to this day, people hate us for what we did. But I can tell you that if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it just the way we did it. And mind you, not because it was popular, but because it was the right thing to do. And we're not done with that fight, and so many others. As a matter of fact, you might have noticed, I've sued the Biden administration now 28 times in a year and a half. And I have to apologize a little bit. We've only won 95% of our cases. And that includes standing up to those who want to give away our Second Amendment rights to leftist senators and the East and West Coast. There are people who have told me in my office to stop. They've said that we should find a way to compromise. And to them I say, that is just not what Texans do. We are going to continue to fight for what's right, and we will fight when others will not. Now we have some Republicans who are trying to run from the fight, and we need to remember their names when they are back on the ballot. The left isn't compromising on their values, and neither should we. If you want to know the secret I've learned over the years, it's pretty simple. Voters, Republican voters, reward guts. Voters remember courage. The media might foam at the mouth. Other politicians may get weak in the knees, but Americans want leaders with backbone. And if you stand up, they'll stand with you. I want to end with the words that a Texan that I talked about at the start, Davy Crockett, once said, "I leave this rule for others when I'm dead. Be always sure you're right, then go ahead." Now let me repeat that. Davy Crockett said, "I leave this rule for others when I'm dead. Be always sure you're right, then go ahead." I can tell you right now, we are right, the people in this room are right, and now we must go ahead and win elections up and down the ballot in November. So God bless you in this convention. God bless our amazing state of Texas, and God bless this great United States of America. Thank you for letting me be your Attorney General. Thank you all very much.
You got to kick a little and cause a stir. Sometimes you gotta make some noise to be heard. If anybody ever tries to hold you back, yeah, you got to kick a little and be tough. Got to let them know you've had enough.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick of the state of Texas to talk about some of the latest going on across this nation. Lieutenant Governor, great to see you
Texas
this morning.
overwhelmed by the growing number of illegal migrants, prepping for tens of thousands more with the elimination of Title 42. Thanks very much for
joining us now to further discuss this is the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas, Dan Patrick. Welcome to Centerpoint. Good to see you.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is a fighter for the people of Texas.
I pledged to ban sanctuary cities and fund border security at historic levels. I kept my promise. This year, I approved funding to build the wall. Texas must secure the border because Biden won't, and we must stop those here illegally from voting.
Dan Patrick is investing in Texas' future, and he won't back down. Being Lieutenant Governor of the largest Republican state in America involves more than passing principled conservative legislation. It's about real leadership and standing up for the people of Texas in the toughest of times.
Biden knows what's going on. I cannot say this any stronger. He doesn't care about the lives of people. He only cares about achieving a political victory.
What we really want to create is a showdown with the Biden administration over what's happening on the border.
Title 42.
Yes.
It's supposed to be lifted at the end of May.
This is a total disaster for our country and the state of Texas. We all know that government should never spend more money than it has. That's why I passed a spending cap to ensure the state budget can never grow more than population times inflation. and I will continue to reduce your property taxes. I led the fight to increase the homestead exemption for every homeowner from $15,000 to $40,000, saving you thousands of dollars over your lifetime. The principles and values they learned in a one-room schoolhouse are still true today. That's why I passed a bill to ban the teaching of critical race theory and stop boys from playing girls' school sports. As we learned in this schoolhouse, the keys to a good education are great teachers and involved parents. I will always fight for great teachers and for parents' views to be heard and respected.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is endorsed by President Donald Trump.
And there's nowhere, speaking of enthusiasm, like Texas. I love Texas. Your Lieutenant Governor, one of the greatest politicians I know. I've endorsed more people for this man. He tells me, we have a great state senator. We have a great everything. Everything's always so great. And if they ever go against me, I call them up. I say, Dan Patrick, what the hell did you do? But your Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick. Dan, what a good man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, a principled conservative leader standing up for the people of Texas.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Next month, we celebrate our 47th wedding anniversary. I can't do it without her. Jan, I love you. Jan Patrick, give her the hand. She does all the work behind the scenes. So, Donald Trump. Every endorsement that we made, he took great interest in. He wanted to know about the candidate. He would follow up, how's so-and-so doing? And on election night, we were undefeated. In the runoff, we were undefeated. Donald Trump had more undefeated races in Texas. In fact, he didn't lose one Texas race. I think we were 18-0. We've got great MAGA candidates coming in to the legislature. I want to tell you a story that you probably have never heard because I haven't told very many people. Back in 2016 at this convention, it was the convention right after Donald Trump had won the nomination. Earlier that year, or the year before, Ted Cruz had called me and asked me if I would chair his campaign, and I was honored to do so. I love Ted, we've been friends a long time. And I came to the convention, and I was disappointed that Ted hadn't won the nomination, as were so many of you and the people who were there. And the night before I was scheduled to speak, I got a call from the Trump campaign. I had not met him, I had not talked to him at that point. And they said, we'd like to come and see you tonight, Governor. We're going to get in around 10 o'clock. Will you see us? And I said, sure, what's it about? They said, we'll tell you. So the team came in and we met, about 6 of us in my room, and they said, all the state conventions so far will not mention Donald Trump's name. Nerves were raw. A lot of Republicans didn't feel like he was Republican enough at that time, and they said, they'll say the nominee, but they won't say his name, and we have to bring the party together. Will you mention his name? We've talked to all the other speakers tomorrow. No one's going to mention his name. And I said, well, look, nerves are raw. We got a lot of Cruz people there in the audience. Let me sleep on it and think about it. And I woke up the next morning and I thought, how do I mention his name? Because we have to pull the party together. So I came out on the stage and I said, if Donald Trump becomes president, he needs to elect Ted Cruz or appoint him to the Supreme Court. And we got a standing ovation. And I said we have to support the nominee because we can't have Hillary Clinton win. Imagine had she won what the Supreme Court would look like today. So, what was the aftermath? It's true, a lot of people took a while to heal, but by the fall, everyone had come together. and Ted went on to endorse him, and Ted went on to become his most trusted ally in the Texas Senate. Donald Trump went on to regard him in high esteem. He said to me, he said, Dan, if he wants to be on the Supreme Court, I'll appoint him, and he'll be the first conservative to get 100 votes from Democrats because they want him the hell out of the Senate. We were flying on Air Force One with the president and Ted and myself, and we were in the office on the plane, and I could see they had become, this was about a year later, great friends. So why do I tell you this story? Because we've just had a very spirited primary. Very spirited, with lots of people running, and that's what primaries are for. But at the end of the day, we have to come together in November, and we have to beat the Democrats, and we can't stay home because our candidate that we voted for didn't win. We cannot have Beto O'Rourke win. If he were to win, every statewide Republican would lose. Every Supreme Court justice would lose, and that would be the end of America, because we are the only state standing that's leading this country. We cannot have Beto O'Rourke and the social leftists gun-taking, abortion funding, tax hiking, thug hugging, police defunding, Green New Dealing, fossil fuel squealing, drag queen promoting, and border opening bunch of idiots running the state of Texas. They can't solve a complex problem because they can't even define what a woman is. I want to thank you for this past primary. I had 5 opponents too, and I'm sure they were all fine people. We really never crossed paths too much. But you were kind enough to give me the highest vote total of any office holder, Republican or Democrat, in any race in Texas history in a primary. And I'm very grateful. Very grateful and very blessed. And I look back at when I first ran for lieutenant governor in 2013, and I told you what I was going to do. I did what I said I would do because that's what you're supposed to do. And as I look back as a senator, I'm proud that I put In God We Trust in the Senate. In 2007, I put Under God in the pledge. We wrote and passed the sonogram bill, which at that time reduced abortions over the last 10 years, saving about 100,000 babies' lives. But I didn't do it alone. I didn't do it alone. I did it because I have a great team of conservative senators, and you're going to meet them and the new ones coming in, and we'll have the most conservative class ever. You're going to meet them in a few minutes. Last session was a great session. We passed a strong voter bill, and when we come back, my #1 priority will be the same amendment we passed at the end of the last session. We are going to restore voting illegally from a Class A misdemeanor to a felony. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just telling the truth. That wasn't in our bill. It was amended in the House. It came back. We fixed it, and they didn't hear it the second time. I'm going to pass that until they pass it. We passed gender modification surgery 2 times, and it never got a hearing. I will pass it again and again and again until it passes, because it's child abuse. We have passed in the Senate ending taxpayer-funded lobbying. We have passed in the Senate not tearing down our monuments. I have a great Senate team, and when things don't go right, I take the blame, and when they go right, I give them the credit, and they deserve the credit. People ask me sometimes, what's the most important bill you ever passed? And I say, it's ending the blocker bill. And it's really not a bill, it's a rule change. Because when I was a senator, I was frustrated because the Democrats could block any bill at any time because you had to have 21 votes to bring a bill to the floor. And when I became lieutenant governor in 2015, the senators changed that rule to 19. That gave us the way to pass all these conservative bills we passed in the Senate. And then 2 years later, when we lost a seat and went to 18, we changed it to 18. You voted us to get the job done, not to make excuses. And that's what we did. The blocker bill allowed us to do everything. I want to take a minute and have in the little time I have remaining, a conversation, if I can. It's been a tough few weeks. 19 kids killed, 2 teachers. And those of you around the state may have not heard the story. Up here, we had a grandfather and his 4 grandsons, age 18, 16, 11, 11, slaughtered by an escaped convict. I've called for a Texas Ranger investigation how that killer ever got out to do that. Since I've been lieutenant governor in 2015, we've had El Paso and Odessa and Sutherland Springs and Santa Fe and Robb Elementary. We've lost over 90 people in domestic shootings. We've had between 50 and 60 police officers killed in the line of duty, all this in 6 years. And let's make it very clear, it's not the gun, it's the evil using the gun. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Evil walks among us. When you kill 19 children in the schoolhouse and you slaughter a grandfather and his 4 children who were my neighbor and my friends in cold blood, that's pure evil. That's pure evil. I remind you, the crime is up in this county where you are. George Soros DAs and George Soros judges have let criminals out on the street that, according to the latest statistics, they've killed 175 people in this county since they took over the county by criminals that should have been in jail. We have to take back Harris County and all of our blue counties. The Marxist socialists have been working in this country for decades in the shadows, but they're now out in full force. And they have the media, the leftist media and the Democrat Party now trying to make them mainstream. They've kicked prayer out of public school. They've kicked prayer out of the public arena. And when there is no longer God present, evil walks in. You've heard about gun-free zones being where bad things happen. When there's a God-free zone, the worst happens to our country. There are lots of reasons for our broken nation, and I don't have time to talk about it today in my time. But when you remove God from our society, this is what we're left with. There's a poll just out this morning, as if God gave it to me to talk about. The Gallup poll said that in 2011, 91% of Americans believed in God, and today it's 81%. It used to be 98% in the 50s and 60s, but listen to this. Only 62% of liberals believe in God. Only 72% of Democrats believe in God. And only 68% of young people believe in God. Are we surprised? We've kicked God out. That's what they want to do. They want to kick God out of our society, out of our lives, out of your life. They want government to be God. They want to tell people they can be God, and after all, if you can change your sex of how God made you, maybe that makes you God in their mind. We're in a battle not with Democrats or Republicans. We're in a battle with darkness. Matthew 4:16 says, they were in the dark and they saw the light. In Virginia, there was no way that Youngkin could win that election, down by 15 with a couple of weeks to go or a month to go. And McAuliffe said, I'm sorry, you don't have a right to have a say in your child's education. And Virginians woke up. And Winsome Sears, who was here, won. America is waking up. I'm not saying that all Democrat voters are ungodly. That's obviously not true. Obviously not true. They're just still in the dark. And the ones who are seeing the light are coming over to us in droves in the Rio Grande Valley, where the Hispanic culture, the Catholics and the evangelicals side with us on all the issues, because We're doing our best to stand with God as a people. So I just said only 72% of Democrats say they believe in God. The Gallup poll this morning said 92% of Republicans do and 94% of conservatives. We haven't changed because God hasn't changed. He's with us and we're with him. Mark 3:25 says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. The Living Translation of the Bible of that verse says, a family that feuds with itself will fall apart. So we must be a family of one come November. Ronald Reagan said, freedom is only one generation away from extinction. We don't pass it on through the bloodstream. We have to fight for it. We have to protect it. We have to hand it down to our children so they hand it down to their children. Or Reagan said, one day in the sunset of our lives, one day, we will tell our children's children of what it was like once to live in America where men and women were free. I believe we're in that sunset. I see a great day ahead in November, but we cannot take November for granted in Texas. The Democrats can't beat us. Only we can beat ourselves. So let time heal for some people who are still unhappy about various things, but have us all come together like Ted Cruz and Donald Trump did and became the dynamic duo in draining the swamp in Washington. I want to put up a slide if I can. And then I'm going to ask you to do something that's never been done, and maybe we'll start a trend. You've read this verse, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. Now, when I was younger, I used to think that meant all Americans. No, it's not all Americans. You just heard about a third of the left doesn't even believe in God. When he says, if my people, who are his people? It's people who believe in God. We have to wake up. Again, it's a battle for the soul of this country and who we are for a nation, for our children and grandchildren. So I'm going to ask you to do something extraordinary, if you will. I'm going to ask us to stand, and I think this will be the first time a Republican convention has ever done it, and pray with me and repeat, if you would. Bow your heads. No one standing, leaving, staring. Quiet time. Repeat after me. Lord, I humble myself to you. I turn my face to you. I will focus on you. I will turn from my wicked ways. And Lord, I ask you forgive me. And Lord, I ask you to heal this land. We praise you and love you, Lord. Amen. I believe in the word of God. I believe he heard us from heaven. I believe we will be one in November. Are you with me to be one and defeat the left and the darkness? Will we defeat the gun-taking, abortion-funding, tax-hiking, thug-hunging, police defunding, the Green New Dealing, the fossil fuel squealing, the drag queen promoting, and the border open crowd? We will win in November. God bless you. Thank you. I'm proud to serve as your Lieutenant Governor. Thank you. And now, time to introduce our great Texas senators, and all the things I talked about, they get all the credit. They cast the votes. They were in the debate on the floor. They got it done. Your Texas Senate.
Senator Jane Nelson, Senator Larry Taylor, Senator Joan Huffman, Senator Brian Hughes, Senator Paul Betancourt, Senator Donna Campbell, Senator Charles Perry, Senator Charles Schwerter, Senator Lois Colcourt, Senator Brian Birdwell, Senator Dawn Buckingham, Senator Robert Nichols, Senator Drew Springer, Senator Angela Paxton, Senator Brandon Creighton, Senator Bob Hall, Senator Kevin Sparks, Senator Phil King, Senator Mays Middleton, and Senator Pan Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Texas Representative Ryan Guillen.
Thank you, fellow patriots. Hello, my name is Ryan Guillen, proud Republican state representative from House District 31, our newest Republican-held seat in the state legislature. As a sixth-generation South Texas rancher and small businessman, I picked up on my conservative values from my parents and my grandparents working as a ranch hand and at our family feed store to help my family make ends meet. At a young age, I learned the value of hard work and of self-sufficiency. From my family, I learned the importance of faith and how it must be central to how we live our daily lives. I gained a strong appreciation for the Second Amendment, and I learned just how difficult it is to run a business, especially a cattle business. Growing up in South Texas, I grew up among Democrats, and I ran for office as one. But friends, South Texans are now realizing that the values of Democrats are not our values, nor are they the values of most Texans. The ideologies of defunding the police, of destroying the oil and gas industry, of this woke indoctrination in the classroom, and of the chaos at our borders are disastrous for those of us who live in Texas. That's why, after much thought and prayer with my family, this past November, I announced that I'd proudly be running as a Republican to represent House District 31. And after a spirited primary campaign in March, I'm proud to say that I'm your Republican nominee for the general election this fall. I am proud to be a conservative Republican. After years of working to cut taxes, to create jobs, to support our oil field, to support our troops and our law enforcement, and to secure the border, to protect our property rights and the Second Amendment. And after years of voting to protect the unborn, I look forward to not having to break with my party in order to do so. But folks, this fall, we have the opportunity to turn traditionally blue South Texas counties red. Some of these counties have not voted Republican in over 100 years, and others have never voted Republican. But because of great candidates like Janie Lopez in Cameron County and Rep. John Lujan in Southwest Bexar County, we're going to win this fall, and it won't even be close. Earlier this week, Mayra Flores shocked the country when she won an upset victory in a congressional special election in South Texas. But while outsiders were shocked, those of us who live in South Texas weren't surprised. In fact, this fall, we're going to send Mayra some new friends to join her in D.C. Like Monica de la Cruz, our next congresswoman from the 15th Congressional District. As conservative Republican candidates, we're going to demonstrate that by investing time and resources into the region, we can win in places that Democrats have long taken for granted. We will show that as the Democratic Party continues to move further to the left and leave folks behind, that the Republican Party will continue to represent their values and offer them a new home. Fellow patriots, this fall, with your help, we will send South Texas Republicans to Washington, D.C. and to Austin, and we will turn South Texas red. Thank y'all for this opportunity. Thank y'all for what you're doing for Texas. God bless y'all, and God bless Texas.
Please welcome 2022 Victory Chairman, Senator Brandon Creighton.
Howdy, Texas Republicans. Hey, no teleprompter for me, just some back of the napkin notes from Cut and Shoot, Texas. Is that okay? What an incredible privilege it is to speak to one of the largest gatherings of conservative patriots in America, right? America's future is taking shape right here in Texas. I need you to hear me on this. America's future is taking shape right here in Texas. I won't spend valuable time calling out a list of the ways Joe Biden has wrecked the economic performance this country experienced through President Trump's America First agenda. I argue with people from time to time on this that may not agree, but Mark Twain once said, "Don't argue with idiots. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience." The liberal elites in Washington and the woke media that advances their extreme agenda have all unmasked themselves. The American public now sees them for the dark forces they are, but Texas Republicans have always known, right? Government is supposed to be a product of our own consent, not a hostile force with unlimited power, imposing ridiculous mandates on how we run our lives, how we make a living, how we educate our kids, or how we worship our Creator. Texas Republicans have drawn a line in the sand, and enough is enough. Many have wondered, with the chaos of record inflation, high gas prices, open borders, a war on oil and gas, and the dismantling of economic success under Trump, what do we do about this? Let me suggest what we should do, only after I remind you what you have done. You have produced an agenda through hard work in the grassroots that has built a firewall against those in this Biden administration that promote the death of common sense on a daily basis. How have you done this? We followed a playbook that you helped produce that has liberals in D.C. literally pulling their hair out, driving them crazy from what we have done right here in Texas because of your hard work. We exercised our constitutional rights in this sovereign state of Texas. On key issues we hold jurisdiction on over the federal government. We, the people of Texas, have had enough. Your hard work has produced the strongest bills in the nation on life, the best election integrity bill in the country with more to come, Second Amendment rights protected that shall not be infringed. And now we are the first state in America to approve, design, fund, and begin to build our own Texas border wall. Joe Biden and his DOJ will sue us on all of these initiatives, but we will stand strong to protect our values in Texas, values of limited government, liberty, and freedom, and hear me on this one, Constitution first. Through victory, we can elect more patriotic, conservative Texans who will serve with backbone. Victory has a simple purpose: win Texas, win America. They want us to give in and to become complacent. But General Sam Houston said, and all of you know this quote, Texas has yet to learn submission to any oppression, come from what source it may, and we will stand behind that quote. We did not surrender at Goliad. We did not surrender at the Alamo. We did not surrender at San Jacinto. And I promise you this, we sure as hell won't surrender to the radical Democrats in Austin or in Washington, D.C. We will not be silenced. We will not be canceled. We will not be defeated. And that's why we say loud and clear, let Texas run Texas. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the work that you're doing, and God bless the great state of Texas. Thank you.
These boots are made for walking.
From Texas District 24, please welcome United States Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne.
Are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boots?
Well, hello, Texas Republicans! Thank you all so much for being here. I want to thank you for your dedication to making sure our state stays on a course that values individual liberties. Thank you for your work that you are doing to help us win some historic victories in November. You know, 4 years ago, if someone told you that by the middle of 2022, our families would be suffering from $5 a gallon gas, food costs that are causing people to go hungry, baby formula shortages like you'd see in a socialist state, in a border completely controlled by drug cartels, and that all of this had been done on purpose? If someone had told you that back then, that this would be our reality today, you would have said to that crazy person, Beto, you've been hanging out with Hunter Biden way too much. It boggles the mind how much damage is being inflicted upon us. It would have taken Jimmy Carter at least 8 years to inflict the amount of damage that Biden's done in 18 months. But that is truly what happens when our country is run by people who hate American exceptionalism. Fortunately, people are waking up to the destruction that Biden, the Democrats, and their leftist policies have forced on our country. More people now than ever are willing to hear what we have to say. So what I'm asking each of us is to be that voice of hope, a beacon of sanity. Help folks find a path to voting for our candidates because we offer solutions, not hateful rhetoric. We offer security and prosperity and freedom that empowers people over government. I know that it's not always easy, and trust me, I know, to be the light in the darkness, but that's what draws those over to our side, so we can create a stronger future together. In 2015, during the height of the Baltimore riots, we heard calls from around the country to condemn and defund the police. And of course, they had plenty of supporters in the press going along with them. As then mayor of Irving, I went in a different direction. Rather than condemn our officers, we celebrated them. Rather than defund the police, we created more community engagement. And rather than demeaning their work, we asked even more of our officers, and guess what? They delivered. Irving became the 5th safest city in America, and it helped us recruit new businesses and drive even greater job opportunities for everyone in our city. Well, now people are waking up. They're waking up to the destruction that defund the police policies have delivered in their communities. So let's elect more people who care more about protecting our neighborhoods than pandering to BLM and anti-police anarchists. One voice can make a difference. Later that same year in 2015, a group of imams started a Sharia law court in North Texas. They called themselves lawyers and judges, and they wanted legal matters to be handled outside of the Texas court system. Well, I said no. And because I pushed back, and because I stood up and said we will not recognize an alternate court system that puts people, especially women, at a greater disadvantage, because of that, I was viciously attacked. I received threats of rape, threats to my kids, and numerous death threats. All because I said the rights and liberties that we have enshrined in our Constitution must always be supreme. I didn't back down. I stood my ground instead of kneeling. And Matt Rinaldi was there as well. He was in the room with me when we had that meeting with the imams. And Matt knows what happens a few years later. The imam, the lead imam, who was held up as a martyr by the mainstream press, was sued because it turns out he was a sexual predator. Yep, that guy that used his position as an imam basically groomed a 13-year-old girl for sex. Now, do you think that there were any news stories about perhaps I was right to push back against this guy and his contempt for women? Of course not. So, just because we're holding up that light of truth doesn't mean that we're going to be recognized for doing so. But we do it because it matters, and people need to hear voices of clarity and common decency. In 2020, 2020, when I ran for Congress, we were counted out by every single Washington pundit. Over $15 million was spent against us to batter my record, lie after lie. But people rallied to our side. Hard-working folks who recognized the truth that we spoke about Biden's commitment to obliterate American energy independence. How it would lead to the loss of jobs, staggering inflation, and weakening of our country. Not everyone believed what we were saying then, but they do now. Now that their lives have been impacted, now that they are less safe, less prosperous, and less confident in their future. So let's use these next several months to reach out to those folks who are hurting. Let's be the hope that they need. Let's draw them to our cause of freedom, opportunity, and empowerment. Because if we do that, we will win races from coast to coast, from Congress to the courthouse. This is our year. This is our time. I am Beth Van Dyne. I believe in you. I thank you. And I am ready to work with you to ensure that this is the moment the Lone Star State shines so bright that we drive a wave of truth and victories across our entire country. God bless Texas, and God bless our United States.
advice for the newest generation: have a solid family to lean on and good values to look to.
Protect the weak. Defend the defenseless, the unborn. They are the future.
Do not forget what our religious freedom is for. It is not to keep us from mentioning our faith, but rather to ensure that we can.
I think I borrowed my speech from President Ronald Reagan. He said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same.
Be unafraid to be faithful.
Speak for those without a voice.
Value policies that value families.
Our great-grandchildren are the newest generation, and that's something to fight for.
I'd like to tell Generation Z that we took our own advice, and we fought for them before they were even born. We fought for them and their future families. We fought for their freedom and faith.
There's a Generation Z?
What is after Z?
Maybe I'll keep it simple and advise them to vote Republican.
Vote Republican.
Vote Republican.
Just vote Republican.
It's sound advice.
I'll tell them, united we win.
It was 700 fence posts from your place to ours. Neither one of us was old enough to drive a car. Sometimes it was raining, sometimes it would shine. We wore out that gravel road between your house and mine.
Let's give another round of applause to your state chairman, Matt Rinaldi. Mr. Chairman, welcome back.
It being 2:49 p.m., I call the convention back to order for the third general meeting. The chair recognizes Bill Fairbrother to give the report of the State Nominations Committee. This report will recommend to the convention a candidate for state party chairman and state party vice chairman, as well as report the elections of SREC for final approval by this convention.
Mr. Chairman, by direction of the Committee on State Nominations, we make the following nominations. For the office of State Party Chairman, we place into nomination the name of Matt Rinaldi. For the office of State Party Vice Chairman, we place into nomination the name of Dr. Dana Myers. Mr. Chairman, this concludes this portion of the report of the Committee on State Nominations.
Delegates, you've heard the recommendation of the State Nominations Committee for State Party Chair. Matt Rinaldi has been placed into nomination for State Party Chairman, and Dr. Dana Myers has been placed into nomination for State Vice Chairman. The name of Matt Rinaldi has been placed into nomination for State Party Chair. Under our convention rules, candidates had to file notice of candidacy by 9:30 a.m. yesterday morning, and therefore no other candidates are eligible to be placed into nomination, and nominations are closed. Nominations for State Party Chair are now closed. All those in favor of electing Matt Rinaldi to the office of State Party Chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Oop. I was waiting for my wife to say no. The ayes have it. Matt Rinaldi's been elected to serve as State Party Chair. Thank you. This is the time when normally we'd give an acceptance speech. You've heard from me twice already, and I've talked to so many of you on the floor and in the hallways. We have a lot of business to do, so I will spare you a long acceptance speech. I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. This is truly an honor being your party chair, and as I serve a full term as party chair, I promise to continue to manage a very strong party, to take us through our 2022 election victories, and to continue to advocate for our legislative priorities. Thank you so much, everybody. And now, have Dr. Dana Myers has been placed into nomination for State Party Vice Chair by the Nominations Committee. Are there any other nominations? We have Mike.
Ray Myers, Senate District 2, Coughlin County. I nominate Alma Jackson for Vice Chair of the Republican Party of Texas. Woo!
Testing.
Tilly Perkins, SD 16, I second that motion.
Alma Jackson's been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Number 4.
No.
Under our convention rules, candidates had to file notice of candidacy by 9:30 yesterday morning and had to carry at least 3 Senate district caucuses. Therefore, no other candidates are eligible to be placed into nomination other than the 3. The names of Alma Perez Jackson and Dr. Dana Myers have been placed into nomination for State Party Vice Chairman. Without objection, the campaigns agreed that each candidate will be recognized for 5 minutes. Will each candidate come to the stage to draw for speaking order? Yes.
Captain, I couldn't run over here to the mic. I want to nominate Ariana.
Excuse me?
Yes, I still want to nominate Ariana.
For Vice Chair?
For vice chair.
Hey, do you mean Adrian Pena Garza?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adrian Pena Garza has been nominated.
Except it takes me long to walk over here. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Adrian Pena Garza has been placed into nomination. Those are 3. No other candidates are eligible. We'll proceed. Is Adrian Pena Garza here? Is Adrian here?
Point of order.
Hit the white button. What's your point of order?
That the nominations are closed.
See how the chair responds.
Yeah, I'll wait for him to respond, but.
Mike 4? No?
No.
Mike 2.
Jim Baxa, SD 28, point of order.
Please state your point of order.
The nominations were closed by the chair.
Actually, I never said I closed nominations. I did not.
We heard ya. I won't do that, but.
Your point of order is well taken and sustained. You can nominations were closed. You can reopen nominations with a 2/3 vote. I apologize, Ms. Pena Garza cannot be nominated. Mike number 1.
Hello. Jim Sutton, SD9. Point of information. Did all 3 of the candidates receive at least 3 of the Senate caucuses that voted?
Yes.
Thank you.
So if there are no other motions, we'll draw the 2 candidates who've been nominated.
I object the decision of the chair.
You object to the decision of the chair? Yeah. Are you trying to appeal the decision of the chair?
Yes, I did not hear the closing of nominations, and there was not enough time for more nominations.
Okay. Can you please state your name and Senate district?
Elizabeth Doobie, Senate District 5.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So, the decision of the chair has been appealed. Is there a second?
Yeah, right here. Chair, I'd like to second her motion, please. My name's Alex Nervo, Senate District 9.
Okay. This is not a debatable motion. It is a majority vote, all in favor of overruling the chair, which would have the effect of placing Ms. Pena Garza into nomination. Please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The nays have it. The ruling of the chair is sustained. We will proceed with the balls have been drawn. The first speaker will be Ms. Perez-Jackson, and the second speaker will be Dr. Myers. And we have a white light on number 4. Go ahead.
Point of information, I'm John Nix from Montgomery County, SD 18. Can I get the results, please, of the results from Dana Myers and Alma Perez-Jackson from all the SDs, please? Thank you so much, and God bless Texas. Yeehaw!
I've been described in many, many different ways.
Hold on, Ms. Jackson. we have a point of information. We'll start in 2 seconds. I apologize. The initial results were Alma Jackson 14, Dr. Dana Myers 12, Adrian Pina Garza 5. The final was Jackson 14, Myers 16, Pina Garza 1. And then point of order on mic 1.
Mr. Chairman, Brian Conkey, Medina County.
Yes.
My question is did the third candidate receive a second?
There is no, there is no third candidate. There is Alma Jackson and Dr. Myers have been nominated, and they will now give their speeches.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Jackson, please proceed.
Thank you. I've been described in many ways, and my favorite description is too conservative. How can you be too conservative? When something is right, it's right. And we don't need anyone who does not stand up for what's right. That is what's wrong with our country today and what's wrong with Texas, and we've got to do better. And I ask you for your vote. I have the experience, I've had the years behind me, the success of bringing people in, and I'm going to continue to do it to the best of my ability. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegates, my name is Randall Dunning. I served 8 years on the SREC. I sat on Alma Jackson's engagement committee. And I am here to tell you there is no one in this room who is more open to new ideas, yet has the perspective of party service and has the experience of years of grassroots work possessed by Alma Jackson. This leader has taken, I have seen her take the costly stands for conservative principles, and there is nothing more important than being able to take those costly stands. I encourage you, vote for Alma Jackson. She will do us proud. She will have our backs as we go out into the precincts to win this state and to turn it even redder than it is.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Robin Armstrong, your National Committee man. And I am honored here to stand with Alma Jackson for Vice Chair of the Republican Party of Texas. Alma's work speaks for itself. She is recruiting precinct chairs, she is a servant, she is active, she is conservative. She will do us proud as Vice Chair, and I am honored to stand with her today. God bless you, and vote Alma Jackson, Vice Chair of the Republican Party of Texas.
I am happy to announce my support, Terry Leah Wilson, the Republican nominee for House District 23 for Alma Jackson. She has been one of us. She has been in the grassroots, elbow to elbow with us for 40 years. She has been a precinct chair when she was chairman of Bexar County Republican Party. She recruited in 2 years' time 150 precinct chairs. She knows the importance of the grassroots. She is one of us. She recognizes leaders and finds them all over the place, whether it's from being on the for the immigration, the naturalization practice, is that what you said? Classes, where she teaches people her love for America and how this is the free country and the free nation and how the Republican Party holds those very ideals. She quietly works, oftentimes behind the scenes. Oh, time, okay, I'm sorry. I just want to read. Okay. Come on, Bob.
I'm State Senator Bob Hall, and I do
And I do not lightly give an endorsement, but I am very proud to endorse Alma for this position. I've worked with her for 4 years. She has the integrity, she has the experience, she has a commitment, and she has a love of Texas in her heart that is needed in order to do this job. She will get us to where we're trying to go. She will support our priorities and work with everyone in the party. There is no one I think is more capable of doing this job to carry Texas for the next 4 years. I am proud to endorse Alma to be our next vice chair.
I'd like to read one final quote for Alma. A leader is best known when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim is fulfilled, they will say, "We did it ourselves." And that is the embodiment of Alma Perez Jackson. Right. Yes.
Thank you. Your time is up. Now we have our second speaker, Dr. Dana Myers.
My name is Rolando Garcia. I'm the SREC for SD15 in Harris County, and I am here to tell you that Texas will go blue if we give up on the big urban counties. We need to fight in the big counties, but not compromise our principles. That is what Dr. Dana Myers believes and what she has done for the last 18 months as vice chair of the Harris County Republican Party. After the 2020 election, the Harris County Republican Party was on its deathbed. Now we have raised record amounts of money, recruited record numbers of precinct chairs, and we are a dynamic fighting force ready to take on the Democrats in November. We have won school board races and elected conservatives to Houston ISD. Let that sink in. And none of that could have happened without the no-nonsense, no-drama leadership of Dr. Dana Myers.
Hi, I'm Jill Glover, State Republican Executive Committee woman for Senate District 12, and I have been the chair of the Legislative Priorities Committee. You all know that I am passionate about our traditional family values and protecting our children. And you know that I care about ending the practice of gender modification in children. Dana and I have had many extensive conversations over the past few months about her principles, how she feels about our traditional family, and especially about our legislative priorities. She is committed to working with me to bring an army of women, mama bears, to get gender modification banned in children. I ask you to please vote with me for Dr. Dana Myers. Thank you.
My name is Harry Reese. I'm a college student from Senate District 2, and I'm supporting Dr. Dana Myers because Dr. Myers has worked so hard to support young people being involved in the party. And I know all of you want to see more of that, right? We need more young people in the party. Dr. Myers is going to work tirelessly with the SREC and with Chairman Rinaldi to bring in more young people to our coalition. Vote for a worker, vote for a fighter, vote for Dr. Dana Myers.
Good afternoon, Texas. Former candidate for Vice Chair Adrian Banga-Garza, also third term GOP Chair. I'm voting for Dr. Dana Myers because she ran a clean race. She stands up for traditional conservative values like myself. She cares about South Texas on the South Texas border, where we've been fighting tirelessly. She has my full support, and if you supported me in this convention, thank you. If you volunteered at our booth, thank you. And I encourage you to support the conservative that cares about the South Texas border Republicans, Dr. Dana Myers.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everyone being here, and I certainly appreciate the nomination to be your vice chair. It's a heavy weight because, as we know, Texas is the line. I will do everything in my power to hold this state with your help. My goal is to bring all these various coalitions that are represented on our stage today together, because we as an army are Texas. We represent more than ourselves. We represent an ideal. I will never stop working for that. The other thing is I have a plan. I have worked on many various grassroots organizations, and we know that we have to protect and strengthen our election integrity efforts. I want to bring all those groups together and fix that. Second, I have trained 53 counties of precinct chairs and county chairs across this state over the past year and a half on my own dime and time because I thought it was important. I'm going to continue that work no matter what, because we have to arm all of our areas with the latest technology and tools so that we can win and protect our state. And lastly, my goal is to bring all the conservative groups together so that they can work together regionally to magnify their voice, increase their efforts, and let's take it to the Democrats. We have excellent ideas in our grassroots organizations. They do wonderful things, but they need to know each other exists and coordinate when they can on the things that they agree on. This is how we win. We bring the party together, we strengthen it, and we will win. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Myers. Time's up. The vote will be taken as a roll call of the Senate District Caucuses. At this time, I ask the Sergeant at Arms to secure the doors, and guests and visitors, please move to the back section of the room so that we can be confident in the voting process. The Convention Secretary will now inform you on the details on taking the roll call vote. The Chair recognizes Virgil Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In each senatorial district caucus, the delegates from each county shall select a delegation chairman if one has not been previously designated. The county delegation chairman shall then poll the delegates. The results of the poll of the delegation from each county shall then be conveyed to the caucus chairman, who shall total the results from each of the county delegations according to each delegation's voting strength, and in turn report the vote of the caucus to the convention secretary. And the convention secretary would add that we don't need more than 2 decimal places. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The question is on the election of state party vice chairman. The nominees are Alma Perez-Jackson and Dr. Dana Myers. Are you ready for the question? Delegation chairs, please poll your delegations and return the results to the convention secretary. We have a point of order on mic number 2. And by the way, when I say return, I mean report. Don't come up.
Point of information.
Yes.
I'm Laura Poole, District 9. I heard county, and I think it should be Senate District. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senate District. We have a white light on 1. Yes.
Yeah. It's point of information. Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information.
Yes. Please state your point of information.
All the people standing with the candidates on the stage missed the deadline to come in. Would we be allowed to let them in even though you closed the doors?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
The Sergeant at Arms are directed to let everyone in who is on the stage. Thank you. We still have a interrupting motion on 1?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Point of information, Hayden Paget, Senate District 8. When you say poll, hand, paper ballot, what does poll mean?
Hold. That's a ballot vote like you did in your Senate district caucuses. When the vote is concluded, please come up to the front mics and line up in as close to numerical order as possible. Then the secretary will call for the results. Point of information, interrupting motion on mic 1.
Point of information, are all the delegates supposed to be polled and vote all over again? Or are the SDs turning in the results again of who their SD voted for yesterday?
No, this is a new vote. The vote is being conducted in the same manner as the other ones. On mic 1.
Point of information.
Please state
This is
your point.
Paul Quinn from Senate District 10. We have a whole number of sections in the back that cannot hear what is being said. There's a tremendous echo and it's not loud enough. People are voting for things they don't even know what they're voting for. So I just wanted to give that point of information. Thank you.
Yep. We're informing the production people of the audio issue.
same manner as this morning. Do they know that they're voting their voting strength? Because I feel like some.
The chair recognizes Steve Evans.
Delegates, the vote that you are casting now is in the same type of voting strength that you casted in your Senate district caucuses. Your representative from each county will collect the ballots and weight the vote in the same manner it was done this morning. That vote total will then be sent to your caucus chair, and your caucus chair will come forward to the mic, and when the secretary roll calls each Senate district, you will report those vote totals in order.
We got a mic 1. Yes. On mic 1, we have
Mr. Chairman, I rise to a point of information. David Brugel, Senatorial District 28.
Yes.
Is this a one person, one vote, or is this going to be proportional based on strength?
It's proportional based on strength.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we have an interrupting motion on number 1.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's Madison Barrett from Senatorial District 1. I rise to a point of order. In the Robert's Rules of Order, Chapter 45, Section 2, says that a fundamental principle of parliamentary law that each person who is a member of the deliberative assembly is entitled to one and only one vote on a question. An individual member's right to vote may not be transferred to another person, and I feel that the weighted vote is a transfer to another person.
Thank you. The weighted vote is our party rules, which supersedes Robert's Rules of Order, so the point of order is overruled. What? Mike 3, interrupting motion.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Chaplain Stoglin from Senate District number 10. I want to make a point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Number 1, I'd like to recognize all veterans if I could. Mr. Chairman, we're all veterans. I know we're voting. And if I could do it by service, the United States Marine Corps, would you please stand? United States Marine Corps, would you please stand? United States Army, would you please stand? United States Coast Guard, would you please stand? Semper Paratus, United States Coast Guard. United States Navy, where are you? United States Navy. Did I call Army?
Air Force.
United States Air Force, the United States Air Force.
Space Force.
I'm not going to do Space Force. Thank you all. Mr. Chairman, before I make my second point of information, I want these Republicans all to understand there's only 1% of us who've ever served in the uniform. There are more people in prison today that are in prison than those who served in the United States military. So I want that point of information to be noted. 1% of us across the board. And second, Mr. Chairman, a point of information in history, we're in the city of Houston, Texas. July 4 through 6, 1876, 100 colored men and 20 white men started the Republican Party of Texas, and we are in Houston, Texas.
Thank you, sir.
So as I said in our caucus meeting, when people ask, why don't black people join the Republican Party? Mr. Chairman, we never left.
Sir, you're a patriot, and I appreciate you honoring all of our veterans who very much deserve it. So thank you for that point of information that was completely wrong under the rules, and nobody else should do that. It's also wrong to announce the Coast Guard before the Navy, says Steve. Yes, number one. Mike one.
Can I go? Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information on recognition of the military branches. The Space Force was left out.
That is correct.
They are launching rockets while NASA has shut down. Thank you.
Everybody in the Space Force can stand up now. We're good. When you are done voting for your Senate district, as I said, try to line up in as much of numerical order as possible. Turn on the lights when you are ready to report. Let's do number two.
Mr. Chairman, Senatorial District 2, Alma, 256.78, Dana, 86.22.
The Secretary records from Senate District 2, Alma Jackson, 256.78. For Dana Myers, 86.22.
Should be 886.2, yeah. Number four, please.
Mike McCluskey, Senate District 5. The results are Dr. Dana Myers, 254.73. Alma Perez Jackson, 91.99.
Mr. McCloskey from Senate District 5 reports 254.73 for Dana Myers and 91.99 for Alma Jackson.
Correct, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey.
Let's go to number one.
Mr. Chairman, SD 16 reports 104 for Alma Jackson
72 for Dana Meyer.
Is that Mr. Patrick? Mr. Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Reports 104.00 for Alma Jackson and 72.00 for Dana Myers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mic number 2.
Mr. Chairman, Senate District 6, home of the petrochemical plant place on the world. I'm Rex Teeter, Chair, 45.73 Alma, 45.73 Dr. Dana, and 2.54 for abstention.
Thank you. Mr. Teeter from Senate District 6 reports 45.73 for Alma Jackson and 45.73 for Dana Myers.
Let's go, Mike 3.
Mr. Secretary, Senate District 10, Cal Silverberg. I have 138.45 for Alma Jackson, 180.80 for Dana Myers.
Thank you. Mr. Silverberg from Senate District 10 reports 138.45 for Alma Jackson and 180.80 for Dana Myers.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mike 4, back right. Well, back.
Senate District 25, Alma Jackson, 247.34. For Dana Myers, 203.66.
Thank you. Senate District 25 reports 247.34 for Alma Jackson and 203.66 for Dana Myers.
Go to mic number 1.
Senate District 22, home of the greatest state senator in Texas, Brian Birdwell. This is Will Orr, permanent convention chair. In our election, Dana Myers, 254.42. Alma Jackson, 100.16.
Chairman Orr from Senate District 22 reports 100.16 for Alma Jackson and 254.42 for Dana Myers.
That is correct.
Mike 2.
Tim Davis from Senate District 9. We report for Alma Jackson 133.6 and for Dana Myers 200.4.
Mr. Davis from Senate District 9 reports 133.60 for Alma Jackson and 200.40 for Dana Myers.
That's correct.
Mike 3.
Mr. Chairman, Senate District 14 reports 107.72 votes for Dana Myers and 91.28 votes for Alma Paris Jackson.
Thank you, Committeeman Trevino, who reports from Senate District 14, 91.28 for Alma Jackson, 107.72 for Dana Myers.
Number 4.
Senate District 18, Dale Zook. Dana Myers, 231. Alma Jackson, 94. Thank you.
Chairman Zook from Senate District 18 reports 94.00 for Alma Jackson and 231.00 for Dana Myers.
Number 1, please.
Mr. Chairman, David Brugel from Senate District 28, a district that's not only home of the last president of the Republic of Texas, but also a district bigger than most other states in the Northeast. we report 132.49 votes for Alma Jackson and 198.51 votes for Dana Myers.
From Senate District 28, Mr. Brugel reports 132.49 for Alma Jackson and 198.51 for Dana Myers.
What did I do? 2.
Dawn Elliott, Senate District 13. For Dr. Dana Myers, 57.05. Alma Jackson, 19.57.
Thank you, Committeewoman Elliott from Senate District 13, who reports 19.57 for Alma Jackson and 57.05 for Dana Myers.
Perfect, thank you.
Mike 3.
Brian Homileski, Senate District 23, working hard in Tarrant and Dallas counties. Alma Jackson, 92.22. Dana Myers, 31.78.
Thank you. Chairman Homileski from Senate District 23 reports 92.22 for Alma Jackson and 31.78 for Dana Myers.
Mike number 4.
Mr. Secretary, David Covey from SD3 reporting for Alma Jackson 181.33 and for Dr. Dana Myers 228.67.
Thank you, Committeeman Covey from Senate District 3, who reports 181.33 for Alma Jackson and 228.67 for Dana Myers.
Mike 1.
Hayden Paget, Senate District 8, home of Senator Angela Paxton, and our Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, reporting for Alma Jackson 186.97, and for Dr. Meyer 194.07.
Chairman Paget from Senate District 8 reports 186.97 for Alma Jackson and 194.07 for Dana Myers.
We have number 2.
Senate District 15 reports for Dr. Dana Myers 172.99. For Alma Jackson 22.93. Abstain 2.08.
Thank you, Committeeman Garcia from Senate District 15, who reports 22.93 for Alma Jackson and 172.99 for Dana Myers.
Mike 3.
Estella McKee, Senate 27. Alma Jackson, 75.27. Dana Myers, 92.73.
Senate District 27 reports 75.27 for Alma Jackson and 92.73 for Dana Myers.
Yes.
Mike 4.
George Hyde reporting for SD4 for Alma Perez Jackson 191.43. For Dana Myers 188.52.
Delegate Hyde from Senate District 4 reports 191.43 for Alma Jackson and 188.52 for Dana Myers.
Correct. Thank you, sir.
Mike 1.
James Buntrock, Senate District 7 Caucus Chair, reporting Alma Jackson, 112.65. Dr. Dana Myers, 241.35.
Chairman Buntrock from Senate District 7 reports 112.65 for Alma Jackson and 241.35 for Dana Myers. Thank you, Mr. Buntrock.
Mike 2.
I am SD 20 Chair Melissa Nur, home of the notorious Adrian Pena Garza. We are proud to cast 126.96 votes for Dr. Dana Myers and 35.04 votes for Alma Pettis Jackson.
Senate District 20, would you please repeat the total for Dr. Myers?
Dr. Myers, 126.96.
Thank you. Senate District 20 reports 35.04 for Alma Jackson and 126.96 for Dana Myers.
That is correct.
We're ready.
Mike 3.
Mr. Chairman, Bobby Eberly, District Chairman for Senate District 17, home of State Senator Joan Huffman, in the very best Senate district in the state, votes Dr. Dana Myers 270.48 and Alma Jackson 91.52.
Thank you, Chairman Eberly. Senate District 17 reports for Alma Jackson 91.52, for Dr. Myers 270.48.
Mike 4.
Mr. Chairman, Ray Baca, reporting for the great West Texas Senate District 29, which really is part of Texas and not part of southern New Mexico, as some people think. We report Dr. Myers, 46.26 votes, Alma Jackson, 80.74 votes.
Senate District 29, which we recognize as definitely part of Texas, reports 80.74 for Alma Jackson and 46.26 for Dana Myers.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Going to, I forgot where we were. Mike 1.
Mr. Chairman, David Stein, Senate District 1 Caucus Chair. For Alma Perez Jackson, 142.64, and for Dr. Dana Myers, 289.24.
Thank you, Chairman Stein. Senate District 1 reports 142.64 for Alma Jackson and 289.24 for Dana Myers.
Going to go to Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, Carol Precure from Senate District 31. Dana Myers, 248.97. For Alma Jackson, 17.03.
Thank you, Committeeman Precure from Senate District 31, who reports 17.03 for Alma Jackson, and 248.97 for Dana Myers.
That's correct.
Mike 3.
Mr. Chairman, Senate District 19, Ken Munzler, Caucus Chair, reports 91.00 for Alma Perez Jackson, 91.00 for Dr. Dana Myers.
Chairman Metzler from Senate District 19 reports 91.00 for Alma Jackson and 91.00 for Dana Myers.
Mike 4.
Mr. Chairman, Parliamentary Inquiry, SD 12, Corley Rinaldi. Will you be available for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the only way she can get a hold of me. Let's do Mike 2.
Mr. Chairman, Britton Brooks, representing Donald Trump's favorite Senate District, number 30. That's a fact. Alma Perez Jackson, 218.29. Dr. Dana Myers, 152.71.
Thank you, Committeeman Brooks. Senate District 30 reports 218.29 for Alma Jackson and 152.71 for Dana Myers. And I didn't, go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
Mike 3.
After you,
have
sir.
more? Mike 3, please.
Corley Rinaldi's husband. This is Burgundy Kane from Senate District 11, home of the San Jacinto Monument and the most conservative Texas legislature members in Texas. Okay. Let's go. Jackson, 229.93. Myers, 113.07.
Chairwoman Kane from Senate District 11 reports 229.93 for Alma Jackson and 113.07 for Dana Myers.
Mike 4.
Right. Mr. Chairman, Jamie Mathis, Senate District 26. We report 70 for Dr. Dana Meyer and 105 for Alma Perez Jackson.
Thank you. Chair Mathis from Senate District 26 reports 105.00 for Alma Jackson and 70.00 for Dana Myers.
Number 2.
Cassie Daniel Howell from the heart of the Hill Country, where we proudly sing Texas Our Texas, Senate District 24. For Dr. Dana Myers, 140.68. For Alma Jackson, 204.67.
Thank you, Chair Howell from Senate District 24, who reports 204.67 for Alma Jackson and 140.68 for Dana Myers. Thank you, Cassie.
Number 3. Mic 3, anyone at mic 3? Mic 4 just has a flashing red light now. I have no idea what that means. Okay, we'll go to mic 2. They seem to have their stuff together.
Ruby Mannon from SD 21. We have 72.16 for Alma Jackson and 73.70 from Dana Myers.
Thank you, Chair Mannon from Senate District 21, who reports 72.16 for Alma Jackson and 73.70 for Dana Myers.
We have mic 2. No? We still need results from 12. Is number 12 prepared to report? See, you all did that joke with my wife and you forgot the numbers. Number 4.
He walked away. What are you doing? No more. He doesn't want to talk to you. Go to 1. What's that?
Anybody?
He's on number 1.
Go ahead, mic 2.
Senate District 12 reports 299.62 for Dana and 120.38 for Alma Jackson.
Senate District 12 reports 120.38 for Alma Jackson and 299.62 for Dana Myers.
Correct.
Secretary will verify the results. Everybody, I have an announcement. All newly elected SREC members, please report to the backstage doors at this time. And that doesn't mean not incumbents, just everybody who was just elected. And that is outside of Hall E by Papados. All newly elected SREC members, please report to the backstage doors at this time.
let's give a big round of applause to the 2022 Host and Convention Arrangements Committee and all their hard work executing the 2022 convention. Tanya Robertson, Linda Kinney, Galen Devine, Mike Robertson, Sarah Singleton, Ann Gebhardt, Madison McDonald, Brandon Moore,
Okay, we have the final vote count for RPT Vice Chair. The final vote count is Alma Jackson, 3,726.60. Dana Myers, 4,965.04. Delegates, your state party vice chair is Dana Myers. Dr. Myers, would you like to address the delegates?
That was kind of not graceful, but Texas, I just want to say thank you. But I meant when I said what I said earlier, and I want to thank the two ladies who also ran this race and are wonderful people and have their heart for Texas. It's very important that we recognize that. As I've said before, without Texas, there will be no freedom. All of you know that. We are going to hold the line and we're going to take back all those blue areas and we're going to reinforce our red ones. Texas is going to show the nation what Texas is made of and what Texans stand for. We are the way to show the United States how to govern. We can do this. So I urge you all, let's find the common ground. Let's work together where we can. Stand up for our conservative values and hold people accountable. It is time for patriots, not politicians. And let's turn all that energy, instead of nitpicking at each other, let's go kick some Democrat butt.
And Mike 2.
Cassie Daniel Howe, Senate District 24. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
What would you like for us to do with the ballots that were just voted? How would you like to dispose of those ballots?
That would be a point of information, but
He told me it was a perfect degree.
you can return them to the staff or anyone at the microphone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Here at the microphone.
Number 4.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary request. We are from, this is Mike Yazbek from Senate District 31. I'm also the vice chair for Potter County GOP, which is the home of the Rhino Hunting Club. We're out to look for any rhinos we can to move them out of this party and make it the most conservative thing we can find. So we ask everybody to please bear with us, and we ask you because we're in the Panhandle, and evidently that's where you parked us back here. So if,
Sir,
when you guys call for any kind of comments or anything, if you could give us a little bit of time to come to the microphone, because it's a long drive and I'm not running. If you see me running, run with me, don't ask.
So is your point of is your point of information, can we give you more time to get to the mic on
That's the point of inquiry, yes. And the other point of information, or point of inquiry I have is if we're going to have a Space Force, is their dance going to be called Spaceballs, the dance?
The chair has no idea. Please proceed. The chair recognizes Mr. Fairbrother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By direction of the Nominations Committee, we have received SREC election reports from your Senate District caucuses. They are as follows. Do I read or is someone else going to? Do I read? They are about to be as follows.
Please bear with us while we get the list. How close is Steve?
Please welcome your newly elected elected state Republican Executive Committee members. From Senate District 1, Kristen Bentley and Donnie Weisenbaker. From Senate District 2, Jerry Fisher and Bruce Bishop. From Senate District 3, Janice Holt, David Covey. From Senate District 4, Gwen Withrow, Dale Inman. Senate District 5, Susan Lucas. Senate District 6, Dawn McDonald, Scott Bowen. Senate District 7, Deborah Fife, Tom Noble. Senate District 8, Maggie Witt, Jim Pickle. Senate District 9, Ann Gephardt, Dan Tully. Senate District 10, Susan Wright, Matt Tiskus. Senate District 11, Galen Devine, Ken Moore. Senate District 12, Jill Glover, David Wiley. Senate District 13, Dr. Melinda Morris. Senate District 14, Jan Duncan, Fernando Trevino. Senate District 15, Gail Stannert, Rolando Garcia. Senate District 16, Susan Fountain, Matt Patrick. Senate District 17, Becky Green, Roman Klein. Senate District 18, Cherry Dodson Draper. Senate District 18, Howard Barker. Senate District 19, Kelly Perry, Fernando Garcia. Senate District 20, Grace Jones, Chuck Burnett. Senate District 21, Tony Trevino, Mike Mondrell, Debbie Duke. In Senate District 22 is Colonel John Carr. Senate District 23, Elaine Cook, Ed Center. Senate District 24, Mary Jane Avery and Andy Eller. Senate District 25, Naomi Naraz. Senate District 25, Chris Bird. Senate District 26, Karen Marshall. Senate District 26, Kiko Canseco. Senate District 27, Morgan Graham and Carmen Calderon. Senate District 28, Linda Hogue and Steve Evans. Senate District 29, Robin Cooper and Adolfo Tellez. Senate District 30, Rachel Horton, Britton Brooks. Senate District 31, Tisha Crow and Thomas Warren.
Mr. Chairman, we move that those names as read be adopted as your state Republican Executive Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbrother. Under our party rules, this report is not amendable. We have a light on mic 2.
One more time. Mr. Chairman, Jason Vaughn, SD13, point of information.
Yes.
Is it true that my friends in SD30 have finally released Dion Starnes from her servitude on the SREC?
We'll get her back to run the next convention.
Was my next convention. Would this convention and several previous conventions have been possible without Dion Starnes?
As I said yesterday, no way.
Can I ask one more time for this body to stand up and give her the round of applause that she is so well deserving for making sure that we have gotten all of our business done?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Ready for the question? Those in favor of adopting the report of the State Nominations Committee concerning the election of the State Republican Executive Committee members, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Your State Republican Executive Committee has been officially elected. Please welcome them.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report of the Nominations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbrother. We now move on to the report of the Rules Committee. Unfortunately, due to problems with the printers, we don't have copies of the report of the Rules Committee for everyone at this time. However, you will find a copy of the complete Rules report on the convention website, as well as several printed copies to review at each of the 4 motion lights. Please leave the copies with the Sergeant-at-Arms at the lights. Our next order of business is the consideration of the Republican Party of Texas rules. These rules will govern our party until the next convention in 2 years' time. The chair recognizes Steve Evans, Chairman of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're waiting for our printouts here to be able to present the report. Run screen. Yeah.
You have a light on mic 1.
Mr. Chairman, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
You're not recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you.
I got one. We had some backstage. They just hadn't brought them up yet. New AP.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the Permanent Rules Committee met and concluded its report. It's extensive enough to take it line by line. First Amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's worth putting the caveat that the printers were not able to get our manuals to us in time. They're late. We posted the report last night on the internet. We have copies on stage and the 20 copies as the chairman laid out for you at the microphones. You'll need to download the copy if you want to follow along off of the website under the convention tab. Mr. Chairman, we lay out an amendment to Rule Number 1, Section D, striking as authorized by Section 163.004 A2B Texas Election Code, TEC. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Is there any discussion on Rule Number 1? Mic number 2.
Mr. Chairman, I speak for a point of order. Isn't there a minority report, and the minority report needs to be considered before the committee report?
No, it doesn't need to be considered before. However, there is a minority report.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move to amend by striking replacing the information that is recommended being struck.
There's a motion to amend.
Disregard.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on Rule 1? Okay, please move on. Yes, mic number 2.
Are we voting line by line, or are you presenting each issue individually and then we'll vote at the end? What is the process?
We are proceeding section by section, where we'll handle any amendments, and then at the end, we'll have a vote on the whole.
So if we wish to strike or turn down an individual line change, what is the proper procedure for doing that?
The proper procedure would be to either vote against the report or to attempt to amend.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to amend the committee's report.
Please state your amendment.
I move to replace all references to the Texas Election Code and statutes that have been struck throughout the rules report. These are Rule number 1, subsection D, Rule number 1, subsection E and G, in Rule number 2, Rule number 4, Rule number 5, Rule number 6, Rule number 8, subsection B, E as in echo, J, O, Rule number 9, subsection A, Rule number 9, subsection B, Rule number 11, subsection B, Rule 29, subsection A, Rule 38, section 2, subsection A, 38, section 2, subsection E, Rule 38, section 3, subsection A, Rule 38, section 3, subsection D, Rule 38, section 6, subsection A. That is my motion.
Is there a second?
There is a second.
There's been a second. We need a delegate name and an SD, please.
Yes, this is Andy Hogue from SD 24. I second the motion.
The maker of the rule we need the name of.
Steve Armbruster.
The maker of the motion, I'm sorry.
Steve Armbruster, Senate District 24, maker of the motion.
Okay. We got 3 and 3. So we will have up to 3 speakers for the amendment, which is to insert references to the election code back in our party rules, and then 3 speakers against, who would be speaking in favor of the report, which is to strike references to the election code. We have a first speaker 4 on mic 4.
Yellow in favor.
Yes, I'm Dwayne Wright from SD5 and a member of the Permanent Rules Committee. I would like to speak in favor of Mr. Armbruster's amendment. We cannot indelibly replace the Texas election code just by slicing it off. It's obvious by the fact that we can't even get a printed set of these rules that we need a little bit more reticent about our approach when these things are going to check precinct chairs and county chairs and allow them to have a weakness when it comes to statutory duties. This needs to stay here.
Strike out. He wants to strike out the strikeout.
Mic number 3 to speak against the amendment.
This is Terry Lee Wilson. It's not. Okay. Is it this mic? Okay. Terry Lee Wilson from Senate District 11.
Our soon-to-be representative is recognized.
I served on the Rules Committee. This was under great advice. We've had a legislative session that did not consider that RPT is a separate functioning body. This does not give us the authority to break election law, but it decouples RPT as a separate organization. What happened last session was that there was a proposal to put our SREC committee man and woman and the party chairman on the ballot and not to be elected by the delegates. 2 sessions ago, what happened was that the lawmakers should stick to making state law and not try to get involved in our RPT rules. They required of Republicans only to step down from precinct chair or any other state party office if they want to run for another office. They made it only apply to the Republican Party. The state legislature needs to work on state laws and not be concerned with the grassroots Republican Party structure.
Thank you. So far we've had 1 for and 1 against. I want to take that white light on 2.
Mr. Chairman, Cassie Daniel Howe, Senate District 24. I have a point of order. I did not hear the person who made the motion to be considered. My understanding is he gets to speak on why he's putting this forward before we begin debate for and against.
If point of order is overruled, he does have the ability to speak. He did not seek recognition from the chair. We have another one on 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madison Barrett, SD1. I stand for a point of order. I make a motion that I'm so sorry. I said a suggestion of lack of quorum. We need to make a determination of whether we are at a quorum. It's within my legal right to do this.
No, I'm just telling you what the
No, it wasn't.
We just did a roll call vote, and we can determine there is a quorum by the number of people in the room. What is a green light? On mic 2?
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, one second. We don't have a green light. We have white, blue, yellow, and red.
Mr. Chair, Steve Armbruster rising to speak in favor of the amendment. I'm the maker of the amendment.
Please proceed.
I was told that by striking the language referencing the Texas Election Code would not in any way allow us to adopt a rule which would violate the state law. The minority report does exactly that. It calls for an office holder who has been censured to be denied ballot access. As a county chair, I don't have the authority to deny anybody ballot access. If they come to me and have the ability to fill out a form and bring the appropriate amount of money or petition signatures, I have no right whatsoever to stop them from doing so. The amendments in this rules report, striking the references to the Texas Election Code, open the door for another amendment which would violate state law and put every county chair in this room in jeopardy. We would then be in jeopardizing our position as county chair from another amendment in here which says if we don't fulfill our job, we can be removed as county chair. If we refuse to allow ballot access to an individual who has been censured, whether we agree with it or disagree with it, then we would be sued by that candidate who wishes to have access to the ballot. By striking the language that points back to the Texas Election Code, you're putting every county chair in danger of having to be sued if they follow the rule or if they follow the state law. It is done, and I can't understand the mentality of what was being presented forward to where we can strip all references to the Texas Election Code. If you look at the state party platform from 2020, platform plank number 210 says we support the vigorous enforcement of our election laws as written. If you look at the new platform 2022, platform plank 241A says we support.
Sir, your time's up.
Thank you very much. I encourage you to vote for this amendment.
On mic number 1, we have an interrupting motion.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Snyder, Senate District number 9.
Yes,
I rise to a point of order.
please state your point of order.
The gentleman and his amendment is out of order. We are taking the amendments, I believe, in consecutive order, and he is discussing a specific issue that is not on the floor. We are not discussing the special, or excuse me, the minority report, nor are we discussing rule number 44, all of which is what was referenced, and he is out of order, as is the amendment.
Point of order is overruled. If we are taking this, it's going to save everybody's time if we take up this one issue in one debate. I don't think everyone wants to sit here for 20 different 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against. So for the sake of getting through this, we'll take it as one debate. Have another interrupting. Interrupting motion. I have a white light there. Was that meant to be white? Okay. Here. Mark.
Ramsey, SD7, point of information.
Yes, Mark.
I'm wondering if what the legislative, or what the Rules Committee has proposed, is this the first time in the nation any state party has tried to decouple from the Texas, or from an election code of the state? And we also have a request to maybe make the type just a little bit bigger. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The answer is no. Parties recommending their free parties recognizing their free rights to free association under the First Amendment have typically, under the advice of counsel, not bound themselves to follow the code in every instance, although it certainly is practical to do so in the vast majority of cases, yes. I see a second person speaking against. I see our General Counsel, Rachel Hooper, with a red light.
Well, no, I'm not Rachel Hooper. She's
Rachel Hooper, SD 13, speaking against this amendment. Am I recognized? Okay. At the outset of the Rules Committee, I was a member of the Rules Committee, we discussed decoupling our rules from Texas statutes. And that is exactly what we did. We removed references to Texas statutes because we come here every 2 years and spend 50 hours in the Rules Committee to set our rules. These are our rules. These aren't the Texas legislature's rules. These are the rules of the Republican Party of Texas. What the Rules Committee did is set our rules, and we are telling everyone, including the Texas legislature, when in the middle of the night, they say that our party chair, that our SRECs are going to be elected on the primary ballot. These are our rules, and we're going to follow them, and we're going to set them. In no way are we saying we are not going to follow the law, but all this does is give us the opportunity to tell everyone these are our rules and this is what you are going to abide by. That is all that we have done here, and I am totally against the amendment because a supermajority of the Rules Committee supported the work we did, and I believe that the body should support this because this is what is best for our party.
I'm going to go to Mike 4 since we have nobody else speaking for, I'm going to go to Mike 4 for the third person speaking against.
Chris Sasha, SD 12. I'm speaking against the amendment. This amendment allows us to assert our rights as a convention. I don't want there to be a future where a potential Democrat legislature can tell us how to govern our body. So I'd ask you to join me in voting against this amendment and stand for RPT. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the one up here who was here first. Mike 2. And yes. It's the last speaker for the amendment.
Okay, my name is Brian Christ, County Chair, Montgomery County, Senate District 4. I'm speaking in favor of the Armbruster Amendment, and the reason being is if you look at what the stricken language does to Section 8, it puts me in a very ambiguous crosshair. I'm the county chair. I'm absolutely committed to following the rules, but if you look in Section 8J, it holds me accountable without now defining what I'm accountable for. And to me, that makes me a sitting duck, and I don't want that. I don't want that. Thank you.
And that is 3 for, and 3 against. We will call the question. Now, the question is on the amendment. A yes vote would put the Texas Election Code references back into every single section in the rules. A no vote will leave the strikes in the rule language of the election code. So effectively, the amendment is a strike of the strike in the election code. So if you want the election code language in the rules, vote aye. If you want it stricken from the rules, vote no. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. The noes have it. Now, yes, we have an interrupting.
It's not on. Senate District 21, Kathy Hagler, point of information.
Yes, Kathy.
Mr. Chairman, if we do go ahead and strike all the language of the reference codes right before we say what is in the reference code, what is to stop any SREC amendments or next year's convention amendments from writing amendments that are totally against the law because they no longer know that it refers to the law? How do we keep ourselves from breaking what's left if we remove the references?
Well, so what you're asking is if we remove the references, what's to keep our rules from straying from the election code?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So as far as the law, I don't like to say breaking the law because the Supreme Court and the U.S. Constitution, well, the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and it says we have a right to free association, the right to govern ourselves, and the right to choose our leaders. However, what is to keep ourselves from doing something imprudent, and that is, as a body, we are giving ourselves more responsibility to do things in a prudent manner. For example, the minority report that comes up today is definitely inconsistent with election code. I doubt very highly whether or not it's prudent to take on that fight at this time. So you, the delegates, have the power to make that decision. We have a white light on 2.
Mr. Chair, Steve Armbruster, SD 24. I request a roll call vote on the amendment, the Armbruster amendment.
Been a It takes a majority vote to call a roll call vote, so you can make a motion for a roll call vote, and then the body would have the ability to.
Mr. Chair, I move for a roll call vote.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All in favor of having a roll call vote on the Armbruster amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The nays have it. The motion fails. Please proceed, Mr. Evans. Please proceed. Mr. Evans, you have the floor. Oh. Motion. We have a motion on 1.
Yes, Melvin Dodd from Senate District 1. We do not have copies, so I move that consideration of the rules be postponed until we have printed copies of the rules.
There's been a motion to postpone further consideration of the rules until we have paper copies. Any debate on the motion? Sir, would you like to speak?
Not on, is it? I'd like to speak in favor of this. I have tried to bring up the Republican Party of Texas website so I could look at them on my phone. I can't even bring them up in here. I've been going to conventions since 1968, and I don't really consider 2020 a convention. But in all the other conventions, we have always had printed copies of the rules and the platforms well before we considered them. And it looks to me like a printer ought to both be fired and sued for not having them for us here, because the technology today far exceeds what it used to exceed.
We have anyone speaking against the motion? So we have, do you have a white light? Go ahead. Point of order on 2.
Point of order, Darcy Hasty, SD 24. We didn't have a second on that motion.
We did.
I can second.
We do need a name and.
This is Matt Latimer, SD 24. I second.
Yep.
There we go.
Mike 4 speaking against.
Dallas Kennedy, SD 31.
This is very simple. We need to save our money. Wasting a bunch of paper is just silly. You can pull it up on your phone. Please don't print out 20,000 copies of this. Thank you.
Speaking in favor? Mike 4.
Yes, I'm Dwayne Wright, SD5. I was on the Rules Committee. We abbreviated our deliberations and stopped at 9:15 because we were told that was the print cutoff when we were supposed to deliberate till 11 p.m. like we did the rest of the week. So this is very germane to what's going on. We abbreviated our work to get printed copies.
Speaking, there's a blue light for motion, is that correct? I'm not calling it. We got to wait till this is over. But somebody want a speaker? Against on number 4.
Hello, John O'Dare, Precinct 18. These rules have been available online since first thing this morning. I understand the frustration of not printed copies, but it is available online, and I presume the majority of this body has a smartphone that they can look it up on themselves.
Speaking in favor.
Speaking for. Let's go to up front. I see a blue light over there.
I want to be against.
A motion's not in order right now. Well, it's pending. Go ahead.
Are we recognized?
Number 1, you're recognized.
Okay.
Well,
this is Gene Martin, SD 30. What shows on the screen, by the way, says lay on the table. The motion was to postpone. In fact, it was to postpone specifically until printed copies are available. I don't want the motion to be limited to when printed copies are available. There should be an out for, say, 30 minutes after the start of the next session. That is a proposed amendment to the motion.
Okay, so what is your proposed amendment?
That we make the motion read postpone consideration of the rules until printed copies are available or not later than 30 minutes after the start of the next session.
Okay, the motion would be to lay on the table.
No, sir.
Well, then the motion's out of order, and it's, yeah, okay. A motion to postpone is a motion to lay on the table. And then we're going to do a motion to amend it until printed copies arrive. Or until 30 minutes after the start of the next general session.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Who is it? Please state your name and...
Melvin Dodd, Senate District 1. I second it.
There has been a motion and a second to amend it until printed copies arrive or until 30 minutes after the start of the next general session. White light back in 3. No. It's an amendment to the motion.
I think he saw the light.
So the motion to amend is out of order?
Well, technically, he said the word postpone the first time. Steve interpreted his motion delay. Motion delay is not amendable. A motion to postpone is, so you wouldn't get over technically. I would just, he's substituting this.
So it's a motion to substitute.
It's a type of amendment.
Postpone until copies are available. Okay, so there has been a motion to postpone until copies are available. To amend it to read, it will postpone until copies are available. There's a white light back there. Number 3.
Yeah, Clint Stutz, SD3. It seems prudent to ask, I've got a point of information. It seems prudent to ask how long it would take to get those copies of the rules here before we vote on this.
The copies have been ordered but are not delivered, so it would be tomorrow at the earliest.
Thank you, sir.
And may effectively end the convention. Up here on 1.
Mr. Chairman, Randy Dunning, SD2. My request is, can someone check our internet connection or our database, because I continue to get error 552, connection timed out, or database connection failure. I'm probably not the only one getting this. I'm using the latest iPhone 12 with latest software, going both with 5G and with local Wi-Fi, and have been unable to achieve any connection to these rules.
Yes, we can. In the back, number 4.
Mr. Chairman, Mike McCluskey, Senate District 5, point of order. It has also been reported to me that there are folks who cannot get on the internet in this building, and there are folks who do not have smartphones. I would request that we support this motion to propose.
Do we count him as speaking for? Count him as speaking for? Yeah. We're counting that. That was Mr. McCloskey speaking for the motion. Third, over on number 1.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, David Stein, Smith County Republican Party Chair. I realize the logistics of this are quite difficult, but I'm getting message after message from my delegates asking me to speak for this, and we postpone because they would like an opportunity to be able to read these rules and know exactly what it is that they are voting for, and they cannot get connection successfully on the internet. I've got a brand new iPhone, and I've been trying that myself for the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else? So we have 3, 4. Do we have anyone else speaking against?
I'd like to speak.
No? Well, you're against? And I want to point out it wouldn't end the convention. The rules would just be postponed. We'd move on tomorrow to platform. But the rules might not be taken up. Yes, sir. Number 2.
Darcy Hasty, SD 24, call the question.
All in favor of calling the question on the, and this is on the motion as amended, so the substitute motion. Yeah, so this is to call the question on the motion the motion as substituted, whether to substitute the motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, the question's called. All in favor of amending the original motion to read as follows. Now, this is not a vote for or against. This is a vote on whether or not to amend what was originally moved. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The noes have it. The original motion is restored. Yep. And now, and then the last is on the motion, which would postpone until printed copies are available. We have a white light back there.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes. What to say your point?
There was a motion to amend the amendment, and we didn't have the language on the screen.
The language wasn't.
Ed Hauser, SD 14.
The language was on the screen. That's the, yeah. You have is the current language on there?
It wasn't on there when you.
Hold on, sir.
Sorry.
Current language is on the screen? The language we're voting on is current. Language on the amendment is not on the screen. We're back to the original motion. Yeah. First of all, the screen's purely advisory. The language that we are voting on right now is the original motion. We're back to the original language. This is what we're voting on. Motion to postpone until printed copies are available. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The noes have it. The motion's defeated. Mr. Evans, please proceed. We're on 2. Back right of the room, number 3.
Blue light. Dallas Emerson, District 14. I request division.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, please stand. The motion, put the motion back up. The previous motion that we just called. Motion to postpone until printed copies are available. Please stand if you are in favor of the motion. Okay, please sit. Please stand if you're opposed to the motion. The oppose has it. Please proceed, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chairman, the committee lays out an amendment to Rule 1E, striking pursuant to Section 16.006 TEC. Move adoption.
And we have number 2.
Point of information, Kerry Cheshire, SD 9. What motion should we make if we'd like to just go ahead and go to the minority report? It's my understanding that the Rules Committee has vetted all this. There's not a minority report against it. I think the convention's pretty cool with everything except what there's a minority report for. And I want to know how we can get just there and save the convention time, save the delegates time, and get on with our business.
You would have to amend the order of business. It would take a 2/3 vote, and there are some substantive changes that don't have to do with the election code. Yes, sir. Can you turn on the mic for the interrupting?
Not on. Oh, here we go. Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the report, except for the portions that's under dispute in the minority report, and proceed to debate on that topic.
You did. And that's Kerry Cheshire. What's your SD?
9.
9. Okay. It's ill-advised because of a section that does need to be changed, but it will take a 2/3 vote to do it. So the motion is to accept the rules and move directly to the minority report. Is there a second? Please go to the mic. Name and SD.
Craig Liccardi, SD1, a second.
Craig Liccardi, SD1. We have a second. Speaking for or against, 3 for, 3 against. Would you like to speak on your motion? Please turn it on.
There we go. Yeah, so here's the deal. We've had a rules committee that works very hard on all this, all the way from Monday. These have been online. These have been discussed. There's only really a couple of things that are under dispute. We had Mr. Armbruster get slaughtered on the election code thing. That was one of them. The second one is about Rule 44, and that's what the minority report's been filed for. I think we could save this entire convention a whole lot of time by, instead of going line by line, to just go to where we're going to have disagreement instead of opening everything up for amendments all the rest of this morning, afternoon, whatever it is. And so that's what I'm asking to do. I'm asking to save ourselves time. And then if there is a motion after the minority report, we can go back and discuss any issue that needs to be addressed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Speaking against, in back, number 4.
Hi, Kristen Christ, Senate District 7. I am speaking against accepting even the minority report, which you may not understand if you have not read all the rules, is they want to take away your vote. We all vote for our county chairman. It's on the Republican primary ballot. That's at the very basic level of our grassroots.
Please confine your remarks
In
to
8J,
the motion to postpone.
right.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Please confine your remarks to the motion to accept the report in its entirety.
If you accept the report, you will be accepting taking your vote away, which is what I'm trying to explain.
Please proceed.
Okay. So in 8J, it says they can remove the county chairman for not fulfilling duties, but they don't explain what that is. And that's a problem. They can remove your county chairman with no parameters. So don't accept this report as is, or the minority report as is.
There has to be adequate time.
Yep. I'm ruling the motion out of order. You need, and under the rules, you need an adequate time for debate. We've not had an adequate time for debate. Therefore, it's out of order. Please proceed on the rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still on Rule 1E. Move adoption.
Yes, please proceed. Yes. Mike 2.
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
I got a message earlier to the SD to prevent bottlenecking the system or the online website. Is it possible to send a similar blast with different time slots for the different districts to download the rules so we don't bottleneck the system and have a huge issue tomorrow morning?
We'll relay the information to our IT guy. Yes, over there.
What kind of time?
Number one.
Yes. Hello. Yeah, this is Paul Como from SD 19. I raise questions about what's the big picture with respect to rules and platforms, both of which get printed. If the delays for the printing applies to both that, and what kind of time constraints we have, and what can be done about the resources we have, because we need to know whether we're waiting to lump this whole thing onto tomorrow along with platform, or if we can just go with what we have and resolve it in a timely fashion. So is there a difference between how the rules are approved or disapproved versus the platform? And how much time do we have for each as we proceed with voting on all these little nitpicking things?
Okay, so your point of information is when is the packet going to be available with the rules and the platform?
No, sir. It's like, given that it's not available and time is running on, what do we do? What are our real options given the time constraints we have and the large agendas still ahead of us for the platform? And in case the platform is also not printed, who knows?
They come together in one packet. We expect to have it by the first session tomorrow morning.
Okay, so there are rules. If nothing is voted on today, nothing's resolved with rules, do we have any rules going forward?
We will take up what's remaining at the start of the first general session tomorrow. Yes, number two.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Briscoe, SD 26. I rise to a point of personal privilege. It seems to me that the purpose of having
that's not proper.
Sir,
you can ask a point of information. You're not recognized for a point of personal.
Well, this is a preference to doing so. Seems
That's
to me
not,
the purpose.
That's not in order.
Sir?
That's not in order. That's not a proper inquiry or statement. Thank you. Anyone else? Are we still in anyone else to speak for or against?
Mr. Chairman, I am still on 1E. Move adoption.
You're not. You're just going through. Just go through the sections. We adopt it as a whole. What do you want? You don't need to move adoption.
That's the recurring issue. I'm just go through the substantive changes.
Steve.
On Texas election code.
Mr. Evans. By the way, we have a hard stop at 5:55.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized for a motion? I move to combine the question on all the strikes to the Texas election code to take one vote and then move on to the substantive changes in these rules.
Correct. Yes. Point, Mike, number two.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Armbruster, SD 24. I have lost 2/3 of my delegation. I am getting reports all over the county or the area that they don't have their delegation. I do not believe we have a quorum. I'm requesting a quorum call.
Because we vote by delegation voting strength, we have a quorum. Please proceed. Oh, you made it, I'm sorry. There has been a motion to accept the, yes, mic number 2.
We appeal the decision of the chair, Angela Hudson, Senate District 30.
Hey, Richard, is that appealable?
It's always on voting strength. State convention. Where votes represented by delegates and attendance comprises more than 50% of the total voting strength. So if you had 10 people, 9 left and you still have one, he has all the voting strength.
Yep.
So virtually almost impossible to not have a quorum.
Yeah. So she gets to speak first.
Yeah. She's just making a point of order. Since it's a point of order.
She appealed the decision.
Okay.
So it's a majority, right?
You get to go first on the appeal.
Yep. So the decision of the chair that there is a quorum present's been appealed. I get to speak on that decision. Under rule number 13, convention quorum, subsection C, a quorum to convene the state convention shall consist of a majority of the delegates registered as attending. Therefore, a quorum shall be considered present as long as, 1, the number of votes represented by delegates in attendance comprises more than 50% of the total voting strength of the convention. Second, a majority of the seated districts are present. And third, 1/3 of the seated delegates are present. The chair has ruled that those 3 conditions were satisfied, both because of voting strength, subsection 1 was satisfied, because a majority of the seated districts are present, which can be seen here, and 2, that 1/3 of the seated delegates are present. Speaking in favor of the motion, overrule the chair. On number 2?
Thank you. I appreciate all your hard work. We have lost a vast majority in my Senate district of eligible voting members who have left for other reasons. And I see that across the area as I walk around, that lots and lots of people are not present who used to be present. And I think that as good conservatives, and good Republicans, we need to make sure that we are following our correct voting strength. Thank you.
In the back, I had a red light. Is that off? Speaking against the motion, overrule the chair. Number 4.
Mr. Chairman, Dwayne Wright, SD5, speaking against the ruling of the chair, it is impossible to weight the vote
hold on 1 second.
by a verbal
This is
vote.
speaking against the motion to overrule the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion to
You would be in
overrule, I'm
favor.
definitely
Let me
for
take
that.
the white light, and then if you're in favor, change the light, and I'll go right back, okay? We got a white light over there? It would be yellow to speak in favor. Number 3.
Interrupting? Okay. Mr. Chair, did you not already make a ruling?
Yes, and this is a motion to overrule the ruling.
Okay.
Is that supposed to be white, or is it supposed to be yellow on 4?
Information, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mike McCloskey, Senate District 5. In order to determine item number 3 under what you just read, 1/3 of the seated delegates are present.
Yes.
Could the chair provide the number of registered delegates at the convention?
Yes, it's.
Let's do it.
What's the total?
Let's re-refer this back to the committee. 30. You down with that? Okay. 47.
It was stated this morning, it's approximately 4,700. 4,739.
So in other words, approximately 1,600 people have to be present.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I was on.
Speaking against the motion. Speaking against the motion on number 2.
Hello. Hello. Luke Macias, Senate District 26. The people sitting in their seats patiently are doing so because they came here to conduct the business of the Republican Party. Some people have decided to leave, and there are a number of individuals on this floor who are hell-bent to not let us do our job, and they're going to obstruct for the next hour until we get to 6 p.m. So we need to shut it down and vote on our rules.
Speaking for the motion.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Armbruster, SD 24.
Yes.
I have a voting strength of 71. I have 18 people. I don't know what the voting strength of SD 30, which is right there in front of you, but there are 47 people sitting in that entire row, which will hold over 300. Last time I did my math, 47 was not a third of 300.
In the back, number 4.
John O'Dare, Senate District 18. I have been going to state conventions 2010. If you're not here to do business, then what are you here to do? Are you here just for social things? I request, again, ruling against the chair, whoever's in this room is here to do business. Let's do business. If we don't finish the rules today, we're going to have to start on rules tomorrow, and we will not be able to get to our platform. Y'all are trying to run out the clock. Let us delegates be heard.
Thank you. Last speaker again. Speaker 3? There's 2 against. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the 3 speakers against. Okay. Okay. So a yes vote is to sustain the decision of the chair stating that there is a quorum present. A no vote is to overrule the chair stating that there is no, and taking the position that there's no quorum present. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair that there is a quorum, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. We'll do a division. All in favor, please stand up. This would sustain the ruling of the chair. Okay, please be seated. All against sustaining the ruling of the chair. The ayes have it. The ruling of the chair is sustained, and the motion is currently on the floor as proposed by Mr. Evans. Speaking for and against, we haven't had any for and against the motion, which is to approve the Texas Election Code strike-throughs and not the substantive changes, which we will take up next. Any to speak for approving just the election code strike-throughs? Put up a yellow light. Any against? Speaking for. Mr. Pickle. Mr. Pickle, number 4, on mic 2.
It's not. Oh, Jim Pickle, SD8, SREC. I was on the Rules Committee. We spent 2 days of argument and testimony from delegates that wanted to come and talk to us about why we struck out the Texas Election Code provisions from our rules. One of the arguments that kept coming up and keeps coming up now is that this is some kind of vote by us, that we are now going to be some rogue group that can just violate law anytime we want to. I'm a trial lawyer, appellate lawyer, ran for the Court of Appeals. That is a really silly argument. It's not true. The Republicans are still not going to be able to rob banks. All we are doing is saying the legislature can't tell us how we elect the chairman of our party. And they might do that, and by detangling us from the Texas Election Code, we become a constitutional, autonomous group or organization that makes its own rules and is not beholden to the legislature. Now, we have a pretty good legislature right now, but you know what? That's not always going to be that way. Plus, we had testimony that 5 states have decoupled their political rules from their election code, and all of those states had lawsuits filed to the point of amendments to their Supreme Courts or the federal Ninth Circuit, and they were upheld 100% of the time under the constitutional guarantee of freedom of association. So if we don't do this, we're just hamstringing ourselves instead of what we claim to be all about, which is to be free of government tyranny. Which is it?
It's 1-4. We have a 4 over here on number 1.
Mark Ramsey, Senate District 7. I'm very strongly in favor of adopting these decoupling rules, as the Rules Committee has hammered this out over the entire week. I've been working for the party for decades. This is the single most important rule change I have ever seen in my life. If we adopt this particular decoupling strategy, that lets us make our own rules and not the legislature, a potentially Democrat legislature, and the United States Supreme Court has already blessed what we are trying to do here. There's a number of states that have already referenced the U.S. Supreme Court ruling. This is entirely in order. It's appropriate. The Supreme Court says we can do this because of our First Amendment rights of association. We get to determine those rules. And as Ronald Reagan famously said, when he sailed the Black Sea, or the Seventh Fleet into the Black Sea, if you want to preserve and strengthen freedom, you have to exercise it. And this is a clear exercise of our First Amendment rights under the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Interrupting motion on 4.
Mr. Chairman, Randall Dunning, SD2. The question I have is, when did we first start citing the TEC? I don't remember this being in here 20 years ago.
The chair isn't advised of when we first have, but is not contesting your memory. Against on number 4.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. We're not Pelosi. We're not going to pass something and then read it. And I have pertinent information for the delegation. When we finished our businesses, there was a technical glitch, and the documents that we were working on were zapped. And the chair of the Rules Committee recreated it from memory. between that and not having a paper copy to look at and being told that we were going to quit business early so that we could print in it, and not having a paper copy of the TVCC references that we're pulling out, I cannot imagine that we move forward with this.
Okay. Yes, Mike 2.
It's Mark Russell, Senate District 30 and floor parliamentarian. I've got a number of questions around me that have been asked that I think would be helpful to answer.
Yes.
I've suggested some answers, but it turns into a storied response. Where are we in our discussion? It's my understanding that we are considering, shall we include the TEC references as was in the original language, or shall we delete them, all of those TEC references?
That is correct. You will still, after this vote, have an opportunity to amend other rules.
But would we amend them by item?
Yes.
As we go through the rules?
That's correct. The only thing this takes care of is the strike-throughs of the election code in toto.
Sure. Thank you. I win.
We have number 3.
Terry Leo Wilson, Senate District 11. Mr. Chairman, would it be possible for you as the chair to step down to address how you feel about this as our party leader?
It would be possible, but it would probably take a little while. I did give testimony strongly in favor of the strike-throughs to the committee, and that's public information, and I think I made my position clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the mic 4, can you state the nature of the motion you intend to make?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Harrison Whitaker, SD 10. I would like to make a motion to refer this back to the Permanent Rules Committee. Hey, I'm trying to help you guys.
That motion's out of order. The committee's been adjourned, sine die. There is no committee. On number 1, please, Senator Hall.
Senator Bob Hall, Senate District 2. I agree completely with what Jim Pickle had to say and Mark Ramsey. They're absolutely right. Last couple of sessions, we have experienced people trying to mess with the Republican Party. It was a Republican Party only they went after with legislation. It was a hard fight to get it turned back to as unintrusive as we could possibly get it. It's still passed. It was a hard fight, and we don't need to have the legislature dictating what we're going to do in the Republican Party. We need to stand on our own. We're the Republican Party. We are not the Democrats. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to call the question.
Okay, so there's been a motion to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, not necessarily, we're not voting on the question. All in favor of calling the question and voting, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. The motion passes, the question is called. We are now going to vote on the motion to adopt the sections of the rules that contain only the election code strike-throughs, and then that would leave the substantive portions other than that to remain, and we will go over them after. All in favor of adopting the portions of the rules striking the election code provisions, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Mic number 3.
Mr. Chairman,
For those that are experiencing issues accessing the
Please
rules.
please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dale Catching, SD11.
Thank you.
For those experiencing issues accessing the rules online, if they would disable their Wi-Fi, if they're using GRB Wi-Fi, and use their phone's cellular network instead, that should clear it up.
Thank you. Is that light? Please state the nature of your motion.
Scott Bowen, Senate District 6. I move that we adopt the remainder of the majority report as one motion.
Mr. Chairman, Alex Nervo, Senate District 9. I'd like to second him if possible.
Scott, if the motion's out of order because we haven't had adequate time to debate, if we accept the report, we would effectively be denying the minority report, and they would not have time to debate. In the back, number 4.
Point of information.
Please state your point of information.
My name is Rosendo Flores. I lost a set of keys yesterday up on the 3rd floor. If you find them or have them, please turn them in to the party office on the 2nd floor, RPT room 216. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep your points of information to asking information from the chair and not giving information to the chair. Yeah, please proceed. There's no motion on the floor right now. The motion was out of order.
Mr. Chairman, the committee lays out additional language to rule number 6, adding, which allows proxies in accordance with SREC bylaws, provided that the proxy resides in the district for which they would serve. Additionally, a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting. An SREC committee member may not serve as a proxy for another committee member. Move adoption.
There's been a motion to adopt the change to number 6 regarding proxies. The added language is shown on the screen. We will have debate for and against. Is there any debate for or against? Hearing none. Number 2.
Is this on? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Bill Eastland, Senate District 22. I rise to speak against this, except, let's see. No, not against the whole underlying language. I would strike the last sentence, or I am opposed to the last sentence. So I move to strike, additionally, a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting. An SREC committee member may not serve as proxy for the other committee member. And that's my motion, and then I'll speak on it.
Well, you were speaking against.
Yes, I'm speaking against in making a motion to amend.
Okay.
Is that in order?
There's been a motion to amend the language to eliminate, and make sure I'm stating this right, an SREC committee member may not serve as proxy for the other committee member. Is that correct?
Also, the sentence before it, additionally, a person may not hold more than one proxy at a meeting.
Okay.
At any meeting.
Got it. So the motion is to amend the added language to exclude the last 2 sentences, which we are highlighting in red. Is there a second? Second? Anybody? That's white light. Go ahead on number 4.
Larry Phillips, SD 22. I speak as a second.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion on mic 2?
Yes, sir. Bill Eastland, Senate 22. I served on the SREC from 2012 to 2014, and I believe that the SREC bylaws have good rules for proxies. You can wind up with a situation if you say that a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting, where you would have one person there that could be a proxy for both members, or it could be like the member who is also has a proxy. Well, okay, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. But a person who is not a member but has been given a proxy could also take a proxy for the other member when they have to leave. You could, with these two working the way they are, SREC committee member where it says may not serve as a proxy for the other committee member, you could wind up in a meeting that's a very long meeting in which you might lose your quorum. And so I think that's a very bad idea. And by the way, I think that the proxy system that we have has worked very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have someone waiting against over here on 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is Catherine Bruegel, Senate District 28. I am against this amendment because I appreciate the work that has been put in to make sure that each delegation is well represented in the SREC, coming from a district of, I believe, 41 counties. It is best in the best interests of us to have as complete representation as we can have, which would include not having one single committee member casting multiple votes, and having our own members represented at the SREC if our elected member weren't able to attend.
Thank you. Mike number 4.
Quick point of information, are we going to debate amendments to the rules in order, or are we going to debate them in order of who hits the mic first?
We're debating the rules in order. So he's flowing through, and then we'll take amendments to each of them in order.
Thank you, sir.
Next one, 4. Let's go to mic number 3.
Yeah, Clint Stutz, SD3. I'm speaking for. My SRC committee woman, Janice Holt, was also serving on rules, and when this passed, she was highly upset, and she spoke up for me in the rules committee, so I'm speaking up for her now.
Okay, we have, please state the nature of your motion on 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Mike McCluskey, Senate District 5. As I feel these two items need to be considered individually, and so I move to divide the question to strike each one individually.
Okay. This is
second. Mike Yazbek, Senate District 31, second.
May I speak to my motion?
Okay, that motion's not in order to divide the question because they go together.
They are in two separate things that need to be considered separately.
It's not debatable. Please go to mic 2. Against.
Senate District 21, Kathy Hagler. I am speaking against the first sentence of this, so it would be all of it. I know we don't like to talk about it, but Texas Election Code 171.004B says, A person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting. I believe that's verbatim from the law, and this is where we're going to choose if we're going to go against the law by not quoting the chapter and verse, or if we're going to follow the law. So I speak against this and ask the delegates to vote no.
That's 2 noes, and yes, we have mic number 1.
Craig Liccardi, Senate District 1. I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment.
Go ahead.
The amendment that I'd like to offer is to strike the last sentence where it says an SREC committee member may not serve as a proxy for the other committee member, to strike that.
Craig, can you please clarify, do you want to strike the final sentence or strike the amendment to the final sentence?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So Mr. Eastland's amendment was to strike the last 2 sentences. Is your amendment to the amendment to strike only the first
final
sentence, or to strike only the final sentence?
Only the final sentence. In essence, it would divide it without dividing it.
So it would leave the first sentence of the report, but take away the second sentence of the proposed language, correct? I just want to make sure we get it right.
It would leave, additionally, a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting. That would remain. An SREC committee member may not serve as a proxy if the other committee member would be struck.
Is there a second? Second. Please go up to the mic, give me a name.
I second that motion.
Thank you.
Amendment.
So there's a motion to amend currently on the floor, and we're gonna reflect the amended language here on the screen. So the secondary amendment would be to unstrike, no, it's the opposite. It would be to unstrike the additionally sentence and to leave the last sentence stricken. Sorry, I'm going to wait just to make sure it's reflected correctly. That's correct. And speaking for, we will take mic number 1. And this is speaking for the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most reasonable folks would agree that we don't need to have one individual person with the potential of sitting in place of 3, 5, 10, or 30 other people who are not able to attend a meeting. But as far as not an SREC member not being able to be that proxy, no SREC member is going to choose a proxy who is going to be opposite to, in other words, if 2 people who are SREC members are rowing the boat the same way, it's okay for one of the SREC members to designate the other one as their proxy, because it's no different than if they designated the next person as their proxy.
Thank you. We also have in favor of the amendment to the, we have a light back there on 4.
Mike Yazbek, SD 31. I believe they've got that wrong, the way this, the amendment to the amendment is. The amendment to the amendment was to simply strike the words, "an SREC committee member may not serve as a proxy
Yeah.
for the other committee members," and leave the previous
Sir.
sentence.
Yes, it wasn't reflected in red. It is reflected under the Licardi Amendment under there. And
No. Read that again. No, it's exactly backwards.
No, it's the secondary amendment is such that the penultimate sentence would be eliminated. The final sentence would remain.
We don't want the final sentence. We want to remove the final sentence and leave the one
correct.
previous to it. Additionally, a person may not hold
Flip it again.
more than one proxy at any meeting. To match the state code, the SREC part would be removed.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You're removing a remove, so it was a double negative. Is it possible to show the language as it would be if the amendment to the amendments actually, why don't you do that? That'll be easier. Thank you. Speaking against, well, we have a white light on one.
Mr. Chairman, Craig Licardi, SD1. I was just going to ask if it would be possible for the secretary who is managing the screen to put a strike through
Yeah, that's
on that on an SRAC committee member and to the end, so that we can see the intended effect.
That's, yes, what I just asked. We're good.
Thank you.
Read my mind. In the back, mic number 3 to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Randy Dunning, SD2, I rise to speak against this amendment to the amendment. We have had cases where an SREC member has had an accident on the way to the meeting. There is no time to get another person to schedule a trip to Austin. So in those cases, SREC members have had their counterpart carry their vote as a proxy. This would prevent that. I do not think this is a good amendment.
Yeah. Just to let everybody know, we have like 2 minutes left before a hard stop. Yep, and number 4.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Armbruster, Williamson County SD 24, speaking in favor of the amendment to the amendment. Because we all know that there's no chance whatsoever that we would ever adopt a rule that would be violating the Texas election code. It'd be nice for us to strike the part of this that's actually legal, leave the part that's illegal, so that we can then vote on the second time to actually strike the part. Additionally, a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting, because that's illegal. But I know just because we struck the TEC language out of the rest of the rules, that we're not actually going to ever adopt a rule that would ever violate state law.
Anyone else want to speak? So that was in favor. We got speaking against or possibly make a motion to call the question. Speaking against on mic 1.
Mr. Chairman, Carol Procure, SD 31. As a current SREC committeeman, soon to be ex-SREC committeeman, I am speaking against this amendment to the amendment due to the fact that we live in that detached part of Texas on the western side up into the Panhandle, and for us to get a proxy to a meeting sometimes it would be very difficult, if not impossible. And also there are provisions that a committeeman or committeewoman can choose the option of whether or not to designate their counterpart to be their proxy. And so based on those 2 reasons, I would vote against this.
Okay. And then we have 4 on mic 4.
Mr. Chairman, Mike McCluskey, Senate District 5. I want to speak in favor of this motion. As was pointed out by some of my colleagues here today, that it's just not practical for some folks in some part of Texas to have another proxy other than an SREC committee member. So we need to permit them to do that. And so this is a practical matter. If we want to have all of our Senate districts in Texas that have proper representation, I urge adoption of the strike that is contained within this amendment.
Okay, number 2.
Luke Macias, Senate District 26, call the question.
Okay, everybody in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The question's been called. Now this is the vote on the amendment to the amendment. It would effectively make the amendment read as the read and stricken language does. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Division vote. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please stand. All opposed to the amendment, please stand. The ayes have it. The amendment to the amendment passes. So the language now, we're voting on the question, which is the report added all of the underlying language. The amendment, as it currently stands and on which we're voting, is to strike just the last sentence, which says an SREC committee member may not serve as proxy for the other committee member. All those in favor of the amendment that is striking the last sentence, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes, please stand up. I'm going to call a division. All right. Noes, please stand up. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. We will. Is the clock okay? How many more? That's it? Yeah, we're timed. We have a motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn. All in favor of adjournment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed? We are adjourned. Have fun at the gala. See you tomorrow morning.